Tra la 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 la. And just like that, should everything work, we should be more or less online. And also ready to go. Thank you all for tuning in and patiently waiting for the action to commence, which will happen shortly. That I do promise. Now, a few things that don't necessarily relate or have very much to do with Age of Empires, the game of the choice here. But I'm intrigued by the fact that streaming is something that may be done with such easiness. So even though it took me 5 minutes to get the stream rolling from the point when I pressed the go live button or started the stream in a technical sense, it only took a few moments before that to prepare this wall of text, for example, that was very much required by my editor, which is the more detailed oriented side of me. And just like that, after 7 days of practicing, we were able to make this stream a reality. And now that it also has been a really nice experience so far, and I don't see why it should change anytime soon if the things keep going as they have so far. It's also very understandable that people can get attached to this streaming thing, and I strongly encourage anyone who's been thinking about doing this sort of thing to give it a shot. The initial requirements are quite low. Of course, it takes some firepower from the computer and network, but after that, and why not, some equipment could also be useful. But even though I had bought a microphone for the occasion, it didn't help me against all these sound cracking issues. So you can't. The result that you get by investing to streaming capabilities may not pay off. So perhaps you don't need that much money to start. And a follow-up thought on that matter before we carry on or move into the gaming part. There was this rather old blog post. I read it 5 years ago, probably sometime around 5 years ago, which was about writing and reading. I've referred to this occasionally in real life, so if there are anyone who have had the pleasure to meet me in person or read about my ramblings before or hear about them, that this might sound rather familiar, but I thought about it just minutes ago, so I also thought that it's worth sharing on the stream as well. The main idea of the blog post was that people can either consume things, that's the reading part, or produce things, which would be the writing part. And I've come to know this, and this is probably also the argument. Oh, the blog post was about the experiment that the writer had gone through by trying to focus on writing. Just instead of only consuming things, he tried, I think, for various weeks, for a month or so, to focus on writing. So always producing something, be it programming code or blog posts, as the one was that I read. And based on my memory of the blog text, the results were impressive. So the change of pace. Well, that was the cat. And some furniture. But no one was killed in the process. The end result, however, was that writing is something that he considered a good change of pace and a good practice. And on the other hand, if all you do is write, so all you do is produce content, for example, via streaming, then the thing that I was pondering while making this decaf coffee to help me get through the show was that it probably would make sense to also try to consume something, so that one might also have something clever or important or interesting to write home about. But alright, thanks for taking that in, and while I'll let that settle, I'll verify the casualties just in case, so just a few seconds. Sorry and thank you. Alright, we're back at it. I have this really nice looking piece of pottery where I store one of the most impressive plants that is still alive in this household, and within the last week there has been 2 cases where the table, the sort of tricky wooden 2-piece, very easily collapsing table, has given in, and the pot with the plant has fallen on the floor. The first time was due to my omission of care, perhaps. I aided that occasion or event with a stick, and now what you might have just heard in the background was the doings of a cat, a very playful and fun and impressive and friendly cat who just happened to stumble across the very same table, which again gave in and the pot fell on the floor. And both of these times I've been for a while shocked and hoping that the pot, the small plate and the pot itself, which are very beautiful, you may get a chance to see them later on, would have been broken to pieces, but in both of these cases that didn't happen. So I'm very impressive by the quality of that. And in this case the plant was also, it stayed in upwards position, so there was no spillage of water or soil or anything. So well done, cat. You managed to play that plant better than I did a few days ago. So that was that. Alright. And now to the real action, the reason we are all here. So we have been doing this for 7 days and this would be our 8th. And I'd say we have gained some momentum during the time. Now let's see. So while there are very many... Oh yeah, we have a new set of maps. Socotra, closed map, very action-paced. Islands, I've never played, or it's been ages since I played that the last time. Black Forest I've played some. Rune Stones also. It's going to take some practicing. But let's see. So just when we were in a position where we could claim that we have managed to learn some basics of few maps, we get a new set thrown at us, which is very good. I think Marketplace is probably the best map for us statistically, but we only have played a handful, 15 games perhaps. So a few handfuls of games, so it doesn't really matter too much. It's exciting if we are able to keep this up for the following weeks and months, to also see if there ever comes a time when we can consider some of these maps to be like memorized to a point where we can actually know what's going to be thrown at us, or have a solid idea where might every resource be, or at least how many resources we might have, even if the randomization might throw them around the map. Alright, last sip of coffee and off we go. But thankfully, the map is Arabia and we have Mongols against Khmer, so we can expect scouts. What's wrong with our keyboard? Oh, there's nothing wrong. There is? No? It just felt like there was. Boom boom boom. Dum 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 dum. Too bad that the house builders were such slow fellas that it took them a while to get that down. Oh yeah, but luckily, since we are Khmer, we have a chance to hide to the houses if we ever face any scouts. So that's going to be our advantage in this matchup. But we also get, if we want to, we get elephants. They are going to be costly, so but we can get to quite cute cavalry. No, spearman line, yes. So if we ever catch any horses, we should be able to finish them easily. Let's see if that ever happens. Our sheep scouting was a bit underwhelming, perhaps. But at least we managed to find them all. No, I was... Okay, well. Well, some early mistakes are very much to be expected. Since it has been a full day or how long? Over a day since we last played the game. And this has been a really weird day or two. With our sleeping schedule and all the action around our days. So that, oh well, that'll do. No! Just when we thought we had it. Yeah, perhaps we can do this. Oh, but actually we will want to get some wood. Okay, let's try this pushing thing again and see what happens. Dun, dun, dun. Still waiting for us, very good. It's very passionate deer we have there. No, run! Okay, well, there are times when everything goes perfectly as planned, and there are times when not everything does, but we can still be happy to have lived through all that. So a few extra. Where? Oh, okay, well, that was I'd say underwhelming, but one push too much then. So house, yes. And then let's see what happens with this. And once that's even, we can move to that. Pop up, yes. Good idea. Run! Oops. Well, very few people were lost in the process, but it was still suboptimal, perhaps one might say. Doubt played. There was this recording that I saw, where a game where he showed this ancient old style to manage your economy, get the wheels rolling and all that. Could we try to get up without loom? We probably could. Should we? Not necessarily, but we probably could still. Yes. Then we can do loom as the first upgrade. It's a clever idea. And now there's one deer that was ordered. And that would be the end of it. And in the game, or during the game, Doubt explained the reasoning for, or how the game was played in the past, and the reasoning behind that, explaining. Oh, there's Scout. Hello? Any plans? Dun 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 dun. And oh, well, they were awake. Who knows? And now they are feudal, so we better run. So these are going to be like this, so let's try that one. So where is our next wood line if that one gets harassed? It's there. So another house might be a good idea. A few units, why not? And a few farms. So I expect that our opponent will go scouts. It would make sense. And in that case it would make sense for us to create just a few spearmen to protect our eco. Let's see if that is what actually happens, since so far we have witnessed nothing. Let's add a house just in case we need to hop somewhere. Archery range, okay. Double archery range. Well, that's surprising, I'd say. But in that case we should probably prepare for archers. We don't need any more spearmen. But we should prepare to have a few skirmishers probably. And then scouts to protect the... Ooh, run! Okay, so that's their wood line, good for them. Alright, you were also supposed to create this lumber camp, so please do. Few extra villagers, and once we get enough wood we can also try to move people to this mining camp. Let's have it like this. Dun, dun, dun. So now they have witnessed our stable, and we can probably create a few skirmishers just in case, or because we can presume that that's what they are going to, oopsie, attack us with. Few scouts could be nice, and since there is this early aggression coming our way, I think it's very likely that we are going to have to at some point abandon our premises. Should we just try to rush to the next age? Why not? Then we can try to create. So let's cancel that as well. Boom. Let's see if this is enough to keep them at bay. We shouldn't have too much affecting us at this stage. Yeah, I would say the aggression is almost killed. Perhaps we can create an additional villager, no, additional skirmisher just in case, but we should have very little problems against that. And back to work you go. Perhaps you can even come back here. Alright. So from my viewpoint, our opponent was a bit delayed when trying to get to the army numbers, and just like that was forced to retreat. Let's create just a few extra units. And that was the end of that. Alright, so what have we now? Now we should be able to create a few knights as soon as we get the farming eco running. So town center there, and perhaps we don't really care about that too much, do we? But a few knights should be enough to prevent that from getting too much for us to handle. And alright, our skirmishers are just ill positioned, and now we lost our first unit just like that. Alright, but that shouldn't be too costly for us in any case. Of course, we are now losing units. Or hey, you could be utilized here, please. So they have been able to delay our oh, there's even militia. Well, that's nice. Isn't that just nice? And then we should be able to get our second town center up. Let's position it like here, for example. This is very good. You do that, you go there. Ooh, the idle TC time is real. Well, no worries. So they also had forward of sorts. Well, isn't this nice? Now we can attack those villagers. Goodbye. It was nice having you. And then their forward should be in that much worse position after all this is done. Said and done. Fourth town center, just in case, could be positioned here. And I don't think if there's much that we could probably even need. Oh, more farms would be nice. So we could use... We don't actually need coal for anything, but... Let's split our focus a bit. So extra woodcutters, can you join us? Because we are more or less throwing our lead here. Now that we have been doing so little with our castle age. But of course it's nice that we have been able to force our opponent to spend so much time doing buildings that they don't actually probably need. And there you go, and you can go there as well. But so farms are what we need, and they have a new patch of archers. Okay, so perhaps we could try to create something to counter that. Do we have enough stone for a castle? Not yet. So we aren't too worried about their archers at this stage. They have pikemen, that's good. Good for you. But we shouldn't care about those too much either. And now we can try to build this defensive castle to begin with. Make it here. And let's hope we can keep it up for a while. This is always a risky move. But let's see if we have enough time to make that happen before they arrive. Because we can very easily lose multiple units if they happen to appear at a bad time. And once you've done that, you can return to there. But now we should be in a position currently where we can just create a huge number of skirmishers and stop our enemy at their tracks, just like that. And we could really use both. Hop, back you come, please. And now, what else is there? More wood would be nice, so we could get some upgrades. We have a plenty of gold, so perhaps we can move our units a bit to different resources for a change. And then we could try to create this harassing force of few. Oh, well, that's very clever. Run to the rescue. And now I would say that their army is somewhat ill-positioned. Let's see if there's anything of interest there. It's also a possibility that they have already fully walled, for example. But we shall see about that soon. And now having better upgrades would be helpful here. But there's time and place for everything. And now that we have a few units securing the place, we can try to expand our eco a bit. Well, perhaps we can move these here and build that, and also university would be nice to get the ballistics, and then carry on with the stone. I don't know if we should even waste our units there, but I don't think it does too much harm even if we do. And that was that. And now we can try to create a few cavalry archers just for the sake of it. Upgrade our equipment a bit. Few extra gold miners, thank you very much. And now it's to be expected, at least in my opinion, that our opponent is building these huge cavalry numbers, but I don't know for sure. But we can create a few horses just to verify that. And what's going on here? Everything going according to the plan, more or less. Let's see, we have witnessed very little army from them. Goodbye, villagers. It was nice having you all. Too bad you had to die, but luckily you are going to have a chance to multiply in the next gazillions of years, perhaps. Alright, let's check that forest then. Hello, how do you do? So our pressure is very limited at the moment, I would say. Like, we don't have much. Oh. What is this writing problem? Well, so what happened? It felt like Tunga had an idea of doing early pressure, and when they faced all these town centers, well, first of all, the feudal army was quite easily tackled. Luckily, we had enough defenses in form of few skirmishers and even upgraded skirmishers. But our opponent hasn't done any upgrades either, so that's why the battles went so well for me. I didn't check that, but they were lacking blacksmiths, or they were lacking the resources to do that. 2 barracks, 2 archer ranges, 1 stable at home, and then they had archer range that almost was completed, and also the stable that was afterwards or shortly thereafter destroyed by the castle. Only 2 town centers. Perhaps this was an experimental try, or we were facing a new player. Let's see if there's something that we missed utilizing the capture age. Because this was one of the... Oh no, I was about to write to the ideas worth trying to improve with, if that makes sense. That we should try to aim to have the largest army, even if we lose the game in the end. So that sounded like a very good idea, to try to get that we would just spam any units available so that we might have the largest army, even if that's the wrong type of army at the stage of game. But then the habit won, and we were able to squeeze around our opponent's tightly packed large army without getting killed with that. But I had the feeling that we were in a very secure position, but then again I didn't scout their base. I didn't know if they were still 1 TC or if they had invested to multiple. But let's see if there's some wisdom that Capture Age can show to our way. But I'm glad that we had such a quick game in comparison. The last few games especially have felt like they've been ongoing for hours, even if they have been relatively short at 40 minutes perhaps, but this felt in comparison like a quick game. But what have we here? So we were expecting scouts, and Tunga played mind games with us and opted to create something different, but they do know how to push deer. While this is I think it's a very basic thing these days, even if I'm not as good with that, as you can see from here. Well, but it shows that the player knows how to utilize the actions in the early game, like what's important in the early game to get hunt under UTC, especially if you are playing as Mongols. Now the lumber camp perhaps could have been built right next to the wood line, so that could be a giveaway that there's still perhaps player who appreciates the visualities of the game and is willing to give some idle time or walking time, or is ready to and willing to pay the price for that in order to have nice looking town. There are people like that around. Nothing wrong with that. But this was a surprising thing to have double archery range. As Mongols, it could be a very good tactic. I just have not witnessed that. Then again, I've played 15 games, so it's no wonder that there are things that I have not witnessed. But still, as I was trying to say, that it felt like that Tunga had an idea when they started the game. So early archer aggression. Here I could have seen the army composition if I had been following more carefully with my starting scout. Oh no, it wasn't. Yeah, starting scout's still there, yes, but the spearman, the extra spearman that I created just in case there were scouts coming my way, which then wasn't the case. I'm glad that I witnessed this double archery range. But here I feel like the push was more or less dead here. And while I have lost a spearman and a horsey and then few skirmishers, if I'm right, they are still pushed away, or were pushed away with very little army on my part. Now this is just very much like they have a very firm control army-wise here, but it's still a very expensive investment at this stage of the game. Now I could have perhaps microed these units a bit more, not to dance around the group of archers, but only losing... What? Eco kills 2? So I lost one here as well, I just didn't realize that. Okay, well I was happy that I've only lost one unit, but one villager, but actually that was 2, and that hopefully gave my opponent some well, happy moments to rejoice about. Now this TC placement wasn't that clever, but why not, as we are eager to say. But I didn't still secure any wood line properly, so it would have made sense to build it here, for example, just to secure the coal and the wood. But who knew? Anyhow, now I've killed 18 units from them, and also managed to kill a few villagers. But they were those were the aggressive, this very formidable market builders that were lost, and only after that did we harass their economy with this split attack that caused happily few kills, even if we lost in material and in resources. And if we had combined our forces, having 2 knights and an elephant here, we could have killed those spears easily, but then again they would have moved their army to support those, so that would have been a very short-living action nevertheless. But we are not taking very good care of our very valuable units, so now the army numbers are 19 to 1. And if those archers were here, I was confident that they still hadn't moved out, but I didn't scout that, and this was a risky castle in a sense, that if the archers would have been here, then this wouldn't the chances of getting this done would have been that much slimmer. So perhaps slight overreaction or over defending on that part from Tunga's side. The archers weren't really needed when I sent just a few horses and an elephant their way. They could have been here and caused havoc. But now I have had time to plant even this fourth town center to secure some wood income, since this one didn't happen, like we discussed some time ago. But now what are they doing? They are 15 villages behind, queuing 3. I'm idling my theses, as I am very fond of doing, and the thesis is close enough so that the pressure is pushed back, or the forces are forced to retreat. And then the second TC, and there are very little things they can do. Now I could have walled them in here, forcing them to choose where to die, but that hardly felt like an important thing. I'm surprised that she didn't die, but good dodging there. Something that you need when your army numbers is still only 7. So I didn't, given this eco setup that I had, and even if I'm idling, I'm still at 52 villagers. Very slowly building my eco. This is where I think that Tunga could have started their own booming. Like seeing that I have a very nice base setup, then planting at least those 2 town centers. Well, second one's happening now as soon as possible. Seeing that there's very little like off chance of finding kills, it would have, in my opinion, made sense, instead of building army numbers, try to get on with the boom game, because there was a chance for that. They are only 12 villages behind, even though I have this very solid 4 TC boom coming. And this I didn't know this, so this was a very last minute finish with that castle. And while they are having bad luck with the castle, they also lost a few villages here and are about to lose a few more here. So that's just probably I think that could have been a very frustrating moment, that you're just trying to build up some forces, move around my town, can find very little places where they can damage me, and then while checking back at their base, there's a pile of corpses just when you were expecting to have this 2, 5 or handful of idle villages ready to build you a second town center, for example. It's a painful thing to notice. But yeah, I was lucky there, because I didn't realize that the castle was just about to be finished when my opponent rotated to this side. And had it been had they been there 5 seconds or 10 seconds earlier, they could have killed multiple villagers and also prevented that from happening if played really to a perfection. And well, you can tell from my army composition that I didn't have much to throw at them if they did manage to camp that hill here. But this was a weird game. I had both of my goals forward. The plan to position this castle here was to secure this in case there were forward villages or ideas of forwarding that gold pile, and this as well, just to have something to prevent the attacks or minimize the damage that they can done with the attacks. But a weird game in a sense, because since my opponent was building this army, I was expecting them to be able to utilize that. But perhaps that was just the first minutes, the first attacks that weren't able to produce enough. And they have also lost a villager to war, presumably, so that explains the joy of letting go of the game and getting to a new one, probably. But still, if they were able to amass this army and perhaps to get to Castle Age before me too, or just keep me pressured long enough, keep me out of the resources, then that would have been a very different game. So luckily I had this edge to move to Castle Age and win the early encounters, or at least postpone the attacks with few skirmishers. So good scouting saved the day, or lucky scouting, but is there a difference? I'm not experienced enough to say. Alright, but we will also now I'm late to the, or I don't have to too many. Can we hop to the end somehow very quickly, or now? Perhaps we don't have tools for that, because I was interested in checking the statistics, but I forgot. What can you do? This is quality content that you have here. But this is something that I'd like to be able to do, especially if there's this feeling that we are leading in, that we are in lead. Just building huge army, no matter the type necessarily, just to convince our opponent that we are a valid force not to be played with, instead of having just handful units here and there, perhaps enough to slow our opponent down if they don't amass huge number of cavalry, for example, as I was expecting the Mongols player to do, and then just show up with 30 or 40 knights and what have you, and destroy my townsenders just like that. But that was the game sense part that we are trying to improve here as well. That having spent so much resources building all these forwards and also the military buildings and production buildings back at their base, that they shouldn't have enough to amass a huge army. But I could have spent a night to verify the amount of farms, for example, that they had, just to get an idea about their food, instead of fearing the worst. We need a feature to be able to end the game or see the final results. Then again, I've only supported Capture Age with very little resources, so there's not much leverage for me to utilize. But I'm really happy that we have a tool like this at our disposal for casting purposes as well, if I'm ever going to do that, but at least I'm going to be watching and other casters utilize this, and it's been a pleasure. But now if these units had fletching, for example, they would have been much more potent. I like here I was thinking I'm just like fooling around with the skirmisher, but the reason this was such an even fight was because they were lacking upgrades, as was I too. But if you invest to a feudal age army, then it's probably reasonable to also think about fletching. This could have been a blacksmith, for example. But this has this old style gameplay in it, as I witnessed Doubt playing. And this militia was a bit surprising, but there was probably a reason, not just misclicks. Don't know. Can hope for their existence. And also, note to self, I could have, if I had 2 knights, I would probably would have had enough to thwart and kill the archers at the spot. And I'm glad that the spearman got a kill after waiting for 15 minutes. I'm watching his training partner die to archers 5 minutes earlier at the hill, which must have been very traumatizing effect. Now he finally got the kill. Some sort of delayed revenge that must taste good, hopefully, even if it never recovers or turns things to the way they were in the past. Yeah, but I presume from certain things that are taking place here that our opponent wasn't perhaps too comfortable with the strategy, or that it should have worked out differently for this to work to a perfection. Perhaps they just forgot about blacksmith, for example, and then after the game were really unhappy to realize that, right, fletching, yes, would have made sense. But also, they don't know, of course, that currently we have 2 spearmen and 1 spearman and 2 skirmishers, and they have already created 9 spearmen of their own and are about to create 10th and also upgraded to pikemen. We have shown a few knights, not upgraded ones, and this elephant as well, so it makes sense to prepare for a cavalry push, but currently I have very little to actually throw at their way, so even like most of these pikemen could have been saved or turned to a town center or blacksmith, for example. Now I'm about to lose one of these knights, and we are still lacking upgrades, but that's only fair since they are as well. But luckily I was able to save the other one for future raiding purposes. But now they saw 2 knights and instantly queued 4 more pikemen. So that's like, as a principle, it's probably a very good reaction, but that's not what was going on with the game, actually, since I was still 1 stable, 1 archer range, producing skirmishers, since this composition that they had was, or would have been easily beaten by a group of skirmishers. And since I had all these town centers planted already, I didn't fear their army. Of course, camping here, for example, out of the reach of the town center would have prevented me from gathering the gold. Likewise here, would have prevented me from utilizing that wood. But still I had other resources available to me, so I could have easily moved my villagers around. So I think at least at this level it was the right call not to react to this army too heavily. Like I created skirmishes just in case they were doing more units and would have posed a threat, and also to drive them away, as you can tell here. This is where we get the very heavily required seconds to save the castle later here, since they were forced to take this detour. So very clever gameplay here. But what I could have done is, when I got the idea to build a castle that commences soon, I could have also moved my army here to see if there are any pressure coming to our way, since I had lost my view to this army and they were actually waiting for reinforcements. So, and 2 pikemen also coming up. So they are, based on the looks, they are expecting cavalry, and also they have this off night to kill all my skirmishers. Now if I had my skirmishers here, I could have been able to snipe a few of these pikemen, but now it was left for the castle to do, and this was probably a very painful thing to happen, to lose a handful of units and plenty of HP, as well as what happened here, getting very little in return. And simultaneously now the army is out, and there's this raiding party that I was very proud about. But I like the fact that our opponent played open, so now we get to click the statistics. So being able to win this game after a rough start, what felt like a rough start, was a good thing. But here, so their peak APM was over 100, so they were really doing stuff with their eco, at least all the deer pushing and all that in the beginning. So it feels like they have very good, like, early game, like how to get the game rolling. And then we are more or less even on this speed or action factor. Of course their army composition also required more control, not to die to TCs and all that, whereas I could just camp with my skirmishers, all 5 of them. Right, but this is a very sad graph, especially since we are floating resources, so we could be doing much more. A couple of production buildings, no matter the sort, but since we had teched the cavalry archers, just having a group of them would be nice to be able to run around, kill villagers here and there, not get into the reach of the pikemen, even if some arrows would sometimes hit us. We could have just carried on producing those, or even ballista elephants, just for the sake of it, since we had 2 castles. Okay, but very slow but relaxing game to begin our journey of the day. So let's hop to the next one and see if there's something different for us, since this was pretty much the best we could have asked for to get Arabia, even though the map pool has changed, and to get Mongols player who tried to do something different, which is always a welcoming sight. At least at the moment it seems like. I feel like it's very good that someone's doing something different. Or unexpected, at least to my level of players point of view, since I think the secure way with Mongols would have been to start with scouts and then add steppe lancers, knights, whatnots later on. And truth to be said, if we had just blindly started with archers, we would have been in that much more difficult position trying to defend against army of probably even larger group of archers, even if they didn't take to fletching or armors or anything right away. Okay, and then arena, so somewhat a longer game to be expected. Of course, remains to be seen. And if we are able to utilize siege tower here, it would be great. But Mayans against Teutons, so they have this. Alright, so Mayans also have this more villagers to begin with start that we are going to learn eventually, which calls for a loom, for example, to begin with, and then the villager production may begin. Last time we played arena, we were also Mayans back then. Now let's see if we can utilize the sheep to scout, or if our opponent is eager enough to do scouting. I don't know why they would necessarily, but there's always a chance, and if they do happen to do that, then it's probably very nice for them to find extra sheep as a reward, or one extra sheep. Well, the back of our base is very small. Let's push a deer before we spend more time with that. And I'll try to push a deer. Well, fool me once and... Alright. Dun dun dun. No, no, okay, well, you had to do it, so no worries there. Okay, well, this is how we do things around here from now on. Run! Luckily we have loom now, so there should be very little problem for us. Yay! A slight lag, but we are not want to complain. And we are also sending our villages to the wrong direction. Well, perhaps some idle time won't kill anyone. Yeah. Well, that was just a detour. No, 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 the other way. Okay, and one more step. Hey, you were supposed to go here. Go here. All right. Yes, I did misclick that. So it makes sense that they walked back here. All right. Well, what a game we have at our hands. Plenty of action. Plenty of skill. Some idle time here and there. Perhaps, but for a good cause. And you shouldn't overwork yourself constantly all the time and so forth. So that's what we are trying our best not to do. So scout an extra round and then we can. Perhaps it might make sense to get additional house even still. Oh, this is a back wood still. Okay, so we have larger base than I was expecting. And our lag is noticeable, but not going to be a game changing against imoconno. And sheep is yours to have. Enjoy. And off we go. What had we here? Okay. Well, at least we have a very nice looking like a pocket of wood here that we can utilize. Should there be any castle drop tricks thrown at our way. Teutons. Let's see where our opponent is actually, since they could be anywhere. We have secure gold, back gold, so any early aggression shouldn't pose to immediate threat to us. But the last time we played this as Mayans as well, and our opponent was could have been Bohemians, but I might be wrong on that. Could have also been Armenians, so one should practice this. You can probably tell that we are not trying to, or should we? Perhaps we could try to do a fast castle-ish approach. Let's see how it goes. An axe is nice, and we should have enough wood for a few farms. So what we could try to do here is to... We are late with the... Oh, so our opponent is there. Okay. So what about the neutral resources? Do we have any? Ah, well, this is terrible. Terrible news. Well, perhaps we can try to run in. Nah. We can always create a new. So we were a bit sloppy there, but it was our opponent's skill that made it that difficult for us. So we can sell our stone to get enough gold to reach the next age that much faster, and of course we are still our eco balance is a bit off since, and our farm placement is also a bit off, but that's alright. We are waiting eagerly for the patch where the farms can be placed in, oh no, in easier manner. Okay, so do we have enough wood now? Food! Thank you. Okay, so few houses. Good idea. So there's this public beta update or something. I can't recall the right name for that. Where you loan ibex, where people can just I understood that if they are trying to build multiple farms, they can just keep the shift pressed, and by clicking farms like this, they would appear around mills or town centers, or just around the clicking location automatically, so you wouldn't have to position them by hand. And it's going to be exciting to see whether that actually makes it to the game, but I've understood that Age of Empires 4 has this, so it's probably reasonable expectations, that reasonable thing to expect that it will eventually happen here too. Now I wouldn't mind that, since farm placement is time consuming, yes, and also gives very little, at least to me personally. Right, but now we don't have enough stone to create, yes, so we have to balance our eco just a bit to get to this point, yes, tra-la-la-la-la. Now this is exactly how it's supposed to be done. Now let's hope that they're not camping here, or else we have a dead villager at our hands very soon. Few spearmen, yes, thank you very much. This is not necessarily the right way to do this. Just obey. We are not thinking about competing for the relics, but perhaps it would make sense to try to act in a fashion as if we did. And few extra farms, thank you. And if there's anything left, then we'll see about that later on. So now we should have 2 town centers, and these few spearmen should be enough to see if there's any scout action. Ooh, they have spears of their own. Welcome, welcome. And we should be able to just finalize this, and goodbye scout. No. Well, we tried. Let's just carry on, carry on. Well, there's no gold there, but what about that side? So their monks is over. Their monks are already doing the work, whereas ours are just thinking about getting their gears and backpacks and what's nuts. Now Teutons are of course very hard to convert, so we shouldn't probably aim to do that. There's no gold on this side of the map, so perhaps we are again relying, or forced to rely on the on the gold that we have in our base. Teutons are probably going to excuse me, try to castle drop us at some point. Let's see if there's something we can do about that. And also it would probably make sense to try to get a TC here, just in case we ever need more of anything, such as gold. I think it's a quite reasonable thing to expect that eventually we are going to want to create some gold. Okay, wheelbarrow it is. And then a few houses would be nice. And archery range could be built to the forward. So here, for example. And then we would also have a university here, why not? It's as good a plan as any. Oh, and there is gold. Oh, good for us. So they have a few spears here and there. And we can soon try to upgrade our archers accordingly. Right, and we also want to have a few coal miners or farmers. Is this anything of importance? No. We could also invest in this better kind of wheelbarrow. So now we have everything but gold. Enough stone for a castle, good for us. And we can try to build it here to begin with. Now it's not going to secure our base too much, but it's still something, as you can see later on. The next clever position for that will be the front line, since they are camping there. I'm thinking not nice things about us, that's guaranteed. And then as soon as we get some gold, we can start producing archers too. Now, first of all, we could try to create a few skirmishers to pave the way. Gold mine upgrade, why not? Few farms, sure, just like this. And extra villagers, we are still only having 56, so that's not too good as of now. Let's see. So few skirmishers that could try to get rid of these units. And just like that, they are really not fairly sending scouts to destroy my early aggression. Not nice. Let's just try to see if there's any gold there. Alright, where were we? So additional upgrades would be nice, and now just like that they witnessed the castle, weren't killed by that, but perhaps we could try to invest this 1 gazillion trillion gold it costs. Not very nice. And where are our idols? Here. Okay. Few extra units, why not? Always a good idea to have some of those. And then we could try to get a castle here, perhaps. Let's see if we can make that happen now that they have these units of, or their outpost positioned here. It's quite possible that they are trying to deny that. Imperial age it is, but our clever plan is to create units to stop whatever it is that they are trying to do. But then again, we have scouted very little, so we don't know what to expect from our opponent. Perhaps we could send these here and there. Yes. Some extra gold. Get to the cart and off we go. And let's hope we can rotate around not to be catched by the oppressors soon. And let's see how it goes. Now the last building should be on this side, I reckon. That's just like that we go around. This is going to be the happiest day of my life. Even if this doesn't work. But we should plan to click to the next age soon. Because otherwise we are giving our opponent quite a lead. So let's just go here and see what happens. And then they of course witnessed that. But what do they have here? If they have much. So that's their castle. Losing an archer here doesn't matter too much. And we should probably be able to click up quite soon, just like that. And what's next? I expect the siege to appear quite soon. Too bad we can't reach all of them. But that's probably where we can try to prepare our next move. Okay, so they have cavalry. So let's forget about this upgrade then. We don't need eagle warriors, nor do we need eagle scouts. But what we do need is a huge amount of pikemen. As soon as possible. Now these units could try to sneak in here. Again, let's see how that goes. And once we get to the... Now let's upgrade our units a bit. And then extra wood is what we need. Because our boom is very good, but we must be able to utilize that as well. Unless it's just... otherwise it's just a waste of everyone's time. Okay, and so there they are. We have this next group prepared. And we can move these eagles perhaps there as well. And after that's done, we can move there. And now you could create a castle here and then carry on with the farming thing. Some upgrades would be nice. Halberdier, why not? And eagle warriors, extra HP, always comes in handy. Now we have a really small number of units. Now what's this? And how dare they? Our pikeman is not going to be enough to destroy all of this. But we don't actually care too much about losing a single castle, so no worries there. And they are still going to lose a few of those. And then we can do it again. Just follow that. I reckon they are trying to build this huge force of units to stop us from progressing shortly. So let's just move here. But luckily our eagles were able to get in the E-core of theirs and cause some havoc. But we have so much resources now that we should be in a quite nice position, even if they are able to take the paladin. Crossbowmen, why not? And they only just managed to find our... I don't think they have too large number of units, but of course they are very good. So now that we have the means, we should probably build more of these, and also a few buildings like that, and then carry on with the wood cutting. And now what's going on here? Yet again they are trying to stop us from doing what we enjoy doing. And perhaps few houses would be nice as well, since we are losing the castles. Could you start with that, please? So since we have quite a huge number of units, we should be able to just utilize them to, and not just... But we are losing, or we are missing food. What to do when missing food? Plumed archers, yes. Even if they are not elite, it will come. But our opponent is giving us a nice chance to play with them, so we could probably try to destroy some of their units. And you here could try to repair that. No, we don't... Again, we don't care about their units too much, but we are floating so much wood that it would make sense to buy some food. Oh, well, the price was not too kind for us now that I look at it again, but we may have lost a few possessions while trading, but I'm happy to witness that our opponent is playing this really like slowly. But yeah, that's very odd attack, but of course it's producing, or it's doing enough since they are able to destroy that town center. Well, this is a very weird game. I think that it would make sense to practice playing arena type of map. Well, our opponent played this to a perfection, so there's no shame in losing that. My mic is crashing. How can that be when we've done everything? Everything in our position to prevent that from happening. Is that still ongoing? Billy Himmeli, can you confirm that? Or was it just something that happened for a while and now has stopped? Oh. Oh wait. It seems like there are words missing. Huh. Alright, well, perhaps I thought more words than I actually said out loud. Well, did that happen during the game? Like, was it a long-lasting problem? Can you elaborate on that now that you have a working chat connection? I'm eagerly waiting for the feedback. But let's see. Game-wise, I think that having like our very clever idea, of course, was to utilize this neutral gold and neutral resources, and thus save us resources for the long game. But we weren't really playing long game too well either. So it would have made sense to do a different kind of approach. And let's see. It seems like our opponent's eco wasn't like they have probably at least now the same amount of villagers, but let's see what the statistics have to offer. I managed to lose 150 units, but presumably quite a few of them were villagers. Couple of minutes, but felt like a decade. Yes, I can relate to that. And thanks for the feedback. So clearly we have something that needs improving. And can you confirm whether that was the similar kind of sound, like this cracking or popping or distorted noise that happened when I spoke? Not every word, but almost. But if it went away by itself, it's a very curious thing, since that's new. And if it was a different kind of sound problem, then, well, let's see if we have any clues here. Oh yeah, we have this encoding overloaded hint here, so perhaps there actually was something going on, and the problem went away as soon as we were done with the game, for example. So perhaps it was me lagging all the time, and not the server, not the opponent. Would require some more studies to find out what that was. But luckily it only lasted a few minutes, but still very disturbing thing to happen mid-game, even if you are not trying to play but to follow. But okay, so economy wise we were able to collect especially thousands of more wood, but having if we had translated that to 20 farms, for example, that would have been really nice. Really nice indeed. And earlier town centers would have helped. Fighting for the map presence, map control would have helped, but that's not something that I want to do. Like, in my head I'm trying to find a way to play arena in a from defensive position, but clearly I'm not able to do that, or like my eco balance was off and so forth. But alright, let's have a quick look at Capture Age's point of view, see if there's something we can try to figure out from that, as there usually is. Now, basically I feel like this map was very suitable for any kind of delayed action, since I have a really nice back forest here, unlike my opponent. Well, they can always go deeper to that direction, but still, eventually the forest is going to be, or easily can be, overchopped or threatened with siege or anything. And I also had gold back stone, so just building a wall here, for example, would have allowed me to play the game for an hour if I knew how to do that and wanted to play it like that. And instead we opted for a forward action. Now planning a castle here would have been nice, and perhaps we could have started with a castle at the walls or nearby the walls instead of building one here. But perhaps again that threw our opponent a bit off. What I enjoyed here was the fact that we were able to build over 100 villagers, which is not something that happens all too often, and also had some forward initiative and action with the siege tower. So that was also a nice thing, even if we didn't have a very good threat that we were able to possess or throw at our opponent's direction with that. But still, I'm eager to see when they added their town centers. So I was expecting them to build 2 right away, but it seems that they were a bit slow in that regard too. And now there's plenty of action happening here, taking the relics and securing the map with spearmen. Forward town center. Like, this is the point where having just a few archers would have helped me to get, like, if I had started gold collecting gold earlier, and would have been able to, well, not necessarily spend all my stone, for example, to get the gold to reach the castle age, then only having like 5 archers running around the map would have been enough to kill the scouts, the spearmen, and just like that I would have been able to plant the castle around here, for example. Now that I didn't move out, I didn't know that there were basically no units, and there was very little of anything going on. So watching the game, knowing what I do now, I also lost my scout, or the eagle scout, to the scout, so that was my mistake. I should have utilized that earlier and then moved to the security of the walls once my opponent reached feudal age. And now having a few skirmishes was obviously not very good, or not very suitable. And instead of trying to do early aggression, I'm giving my opponent a chance to do that with the loss that they have, line of sight, knowing half of my whereabouts. So they must have known about the siege tower. Or did they just lose that somehow? Perhaps. Oh, wasn't I lucky enough to move it just out of the sight? So there was a chance for them to notice it, but yet again we got lucky there. But now if we had forward aggression of any sort, for example the castle here, this wouldn't have been possible. And now we are just squeezing our way in. Like, instead of having siege tower at this stage, it would have made more sense to send 10 archers here we would have been able to prevent the castle from happening, for example. So they were really lucky that we opted to do the slow and clever move instead of doing the obvious move of getting map control and visibility to the map. And now, of course, this was also not contested at all. Like, they always knew if there was something going their way or moving towards them. So a few well positioned outposts made their life so much easier. So even though we are trying to trick our opponent here and there, we didn't really have much going for us, I would say. Because they are just slowly building up their economy and now have 90 villagers only. So yeah, but of course they lost a few in the process. 2 to be exact, and 1 to bore, presumably. So a tough beginning for them. But like here, they are using their trebuchets, and we have our a very good counter unit positioned, but we have enough resources that we could also have 20 archers, for example, just in case they sent these Teutonic knights our way. So losing that castle was something that shouldn't have happened with the push like this. We could have really easily fought that back if we had time and skills to control what they threw at us our way. But perhaps they were also like busy controlling all of that. And this was really nice. Like, to my surprise, they have now lost 17 villagers. And we have a really firm lead in economy. So all we had to do, for example, at this point would have been to create 30 pikemen, for example, to be able to overcome the paladins. And we would have had enough resources for a few trebuchets to, like 10, for example. Then we could have shot the advancing trebuchets from the security of our walls. We never did that. I should practice creating those too. Would help to defend against a push like this. Now we would still have this castle, perhaps this castle as well. Like, we're just wasting castles here and there. And even now we have 30 villager lead, and like all we have to do is produce units, but we don't have production buildings, so the ones we have are of wrong type. So we could have, let's say, 5 archery ranges, for example, here, producing crossbowmen. And we could have also used the castles to produce plume archers, like all the time, since we had, before I did some trades, we had plenty of resources to play with. So this was a very underwhelming performance, I would like to say. Like, so many things that we just didn't do, or actions we didn't take. So I don't know what to say, really. All we had to do was create some pikemen or halberdier and few archers, few trebuchets, and we had all the time to get this early initial advantage as well. So perhaps some aggressiveness to arena would be a good idea. At least after playing a few games where we were trying to be sneaky and not possess a threat, even if we did have this really nice siege tower thing going on, I think that the patience and like the poor defense and lack of initiative is what cost us this game. Just having few archers running around the field would have been enough to get rid of the outposts and make our opponent that much more wary about the whereabouts. Now all they did was take to Paladin, create some Teutonic Knights to overcome the halberdiers that we had or could have created, and few trebuchets. So we made this very easy game for them, especially with the eco lead that we had, some 40 villager lead. We should have just utilized our resources. So very good training and learning experience there, I'd like to say. So now if you excuse me for a second, I'll have a short break and be back for learning more. Thanks for living and staying alive. Alright, and we are back. Officially. One of the things I forgot again was to verify the statistics, but that just we are going to have to live with that, since it would take a plenty of time that we don't have at our disposal to play back the game again like we did the last time. But we are trying to focus on doing that in the next or after the next game. Let's see if we can manage to build some consistency on that front too. Alright, and now things look promising, so that we have very little clipping of sorts. Just adjust things a bit. See how it goes. Alright, Arabia it would be. And let's see if we have it in us to win this one. Now, in the last game we had Mayans, and it's a very tricky civilization to play, it seems, even if it's one of the good ones, and there are people like the Viper who are very lethal or potent when playing that, but goes to show that sometimes it takes some. I didn't even. Oh, we are Huns. Well, that's nice. Yeah, well, we can make this happen. This was a very so lesson learned. Check the civilizations when the game is loading. If there's something, one thing where one could focus on during the pre-seconds of the game, that might be that. And also another thing, perhaps worth focusing on, is to get 3 sheep or sheepish animals under the TC as soon as possible. But well, some idle time. No, don't you stop walking. Okay. Some idle time is always required if you want to reach the higher levels and learn the game for good, because that demands like compensation, so we have to learn some ways to overcome the slowness and the idleness during the game. Okay, we can. This is probably a very unnecessary tour, but we still can afford to do it. So there you go. And then a boar would be nice. Dum, 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 dum. Here I am trying to build additional houses. Oopsie. Well, sometimes you are going to have to kill the boar with TC arrows as well, otherwise you are not ever going to be a proper professional. And now the most important thing, of course, is that we tried to do something that we are not really well versed with, well familiar with. But this time we can try the more traditional means, just in case, because we are still trying to play this competitively. We already have more idle TC time than I usually have. 5 minutes from now, because it's still going to happen, of course, having a few minutes of idle TC time, but it's not every game that it's already 2 minutes at the 5.5 minutes mark. But we are going to be really clever. We are of course forced now to do some clever moves. Where are our deer? But perhaps we can now try to, since we only have 100 wood left or so, we are forced to utilize the berry bushes, of course. Well, this is going to be a little tricky one. But we are just going to make it a bit delayed. And then we are going to run with that. Okay, so our idea now is to have early Dark Age farms. Just a few, just in case. Ah, there were the deer. And then we are going to surprise our opponent with archers. Yes. And they are Cumans, so we can presume that they are trying to... Can we get just a little more wood? Thank you. So we can expect that they are going to aim for a delayed. Do we have enough? Can you please help? Thanks. So that they might have a delayed, like fast feudal and then second town center right away, and trying to resist our push when it ever happens. If it ever happens, remains to be seen. Perhaps we can try to push one deer. Oh no. Back to work. And what we could try to aim at is to get enough people to gather resources such as wood and gold, so that we might then be able to create enough archers to make our opponent's life that much more difficult. No. Well, sometimes you just can't prevent disasters from happening. So where is our opponent? We are not going to need barracks for our... So it doesn't have to be a forward building, is what I'm trying to say here. And instead what we need forward is archer range to harass our opponent's expected town centers. Alright, additional units would be nice. So we can postpone the loom for some extra time, perhaps. Let's see if we actually can. Huh, that took a while. Perhaps there is some delay. Additional woodcutters would be good. Perhaps our opponent is on the other side then. But they will soon reveal themselves. There's no question about that. Okay, so let's utilize our archer. And Hopsi Babeli just joined. Glad to see Billy Himmeli's messages getting through today. Yes, we have adjusted our AI so that even... Oh no, what is this? Scouts? When we are prepared for everything but... Run! And we are lacking the loom. Oh no. So this is going to be somewhat disastrous opening for us. But luckily, our opponent doesn't know that we are soon sending archers their way. Alright. So just a few spearmen should be enough to fend off the attack. And I'm glad that I spent resources for that. But of course we are also facing some serious idle time with the new turn of events. First we can send one here as well. Blacksmith, why not? You can help with that. It's very important. We need that ASAP. In you go. And second villager down, but that doesn't matter. We have a plenty of them coming. Now we may not be able to produce quite the same damage that was dealt to us. And now we are also giving away our presence by attacking the house. But that doesn't matter, since we are mostly here to have fun. And it's only a secondary objective. Alright, back to work, thank you. To win games. But perhaps it would make sense to... Ooh, we were really clever not to die to those. But I'm glad that they sent their archers back home to defend this. So change of plans. We are aiming for the Castle Age. No. So there's the second town center there. So they did produce that. So they should have a firm lead in eco at the moment. And what we can try to do now is really cunningly move our archer here. And even more cunningly get to the next age as soon as possible. Luckily we didn't create any unnecessary upgrades. But how do we want to deal with our opponents? Huns cavalry archers is usually the play, of course. And now we may be losing another villager that's just acting as a what is it called when someone is trying to get our opponent to attack, even though it's not in their best interest to do so. It's not scapegoat, but well, it's something very close. Yes. And Hadi, nice to see some green ground today. Indeed, yes. We are enjoying the world before. So okay, well, there's nothing to kill here, but perhaps we can cause some confusion here. So the world before climate change destroyed everything that we hold dear, or held dear, at least in our speech. One archer down, but it was well worth the effort. So our Robban, the clever opponent of ours, was able to kill 3-4 villagers perhaps, with the help of just few archers running around. So good for them. And since we don't have much presence, let's see if we could do that for upgrades. And another town center, for example, here. So in the end, our game plan wasn't too good as of now, but we are going to come back as soon as possible. Because what we expected, of course, was that our opponent would just passively build those town centers that they are able to do an age earlier than, or the second one they can add an age earlier than the common people like us can. and then that they would just allow us to play the aggressive game if we were willing to do that, as we were. But then just adding a few archers, no, scouts, made it difficult for our few archers to do anything. And just like that we lost some initiative. Now let's see what our very brave scout can achieve here. No, some idle time, very important, very good. And then we can reside here. Oh. Now cavalry archer play is usually quite common. Oh, so we have knights from our opponent. Run! So we could probably invest to a few extra pikemen just in case. And also it would make sense to try to get an access to stone so that we could add an additional one. Attack upgrade, but no armor upgrades. So market to help us balance our eco just a bit. And then what else? Monastery would be nice. That one was killed as well. So of course we are now tricking our opponent into thinking that we would be going to invest to cavalry archers, and we sort of were, but the trick comes into play here, that we actually aren't. We just have to figure out how to play the game without utilizing them. And then some extra. Right, but we need wood as well. Well, it's only a matter of time before we get enough to get there. Or then we could also try to buy some to fasten the process a bit. And okay, let's give it a go. And more spearmen, just in case. Perhaps a few knights of our own. So we are trying to do everything at once. Few monks so we can convert their army, if it ever comes to that. And then the static defenses should be enough to do the rest. Now, thanks to the help of ballistics, we should be able to produce that much more damage too. So here they are. Hop in. Well, you don't have to since you are here already. Boom, 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 boom. But you can see that what they're doing is just getting a few kills here and there, causing idle time due to my slow reaction time, and also almost preventing that from happening. But now they've also lost a handful of knights in the process, so I don't know if that was worth it, but let's see. Now I presume that they will be adding units such as skirmishers, for example, to fight back what we just showed them. So the hordes of pikemen. But meanwhile we can try to make something happen with the group of a few. Can we make more stone miners? Make this or fasten this process a bit. So as I was about to say, we can try to make this night play accomplish some surprise damage. and see what happens. And they are also gathering relics, so they are playing this really cleverly, of course. Just like we should. But we are somewhat lacking on resources. Let's move there, perhaps. Good reaction time, and they have blacksmith. The same old knights are there, good for them. Let's see what else is there for us to learn. So we have a plenty of gold, we could try to utilize that. Perhaps we are even forced to buy some resources since we are lacking on wood. Let's do it like this. The relics are more or less done for, but we were able to get one. And since we are Huns, we could try to get to castles, and well, Tarkans aren't really good units. I've come to learn, but oh no, Imperial Age. So is this going to be a knight push again? Let's have a look. Like very similar to the one that we witnessed earlier, where our opponent just invested into a huge amount of... Perhaps it's time to create a castle here. You guys can help with that, just to make it that much faster. Oh no, we don't need handcart, we need Imperial Age. Yes, okay. So let's try to kill that. Oh yeah, so there were relics. Dun 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 dun, so just casually walking here, right? Dun 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 dun. And then let's see if we can craft that one as well. Could be that we are not able to, but you never know. Create Targans at stables, yes. But what we actually need is probably a second barracks to give us a chance to create these pikemen, just so we would have some defense against the hordes of knights that we can expect to appear, yes, like this. But well, luckily they didn't stand too much of... No, I didn't realize that I ordered them in. So that was really surprising for a moment to lose 10 pikemen like that. But that wasn't the case, so we have nothing to worry about. Now, of course, our opponent is going to start throwing those nasty stones at our way soon, since they are Imperial Age and we are not as of yet, but perhaps the way could work like this. And there it is. And now we can up. We can try to keep that castle up for some extra time. And now, instead of what we did in the last game, where we didn't invest to these very usable trebuchets, we are going to try to create them and see how it works. There you go. Chun chun chun. Tralala. Well, we only had enough money for one, but perhaps we can prevent that one from disappearing. Ah, a solid teamwork here. upgrade the pikeman. What's happening? Okay, well, just some lag. Okay, that's all right. Na 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 na. Tra-la-la. So things are, if not stalematey, at least they are quite peaceful. Relatively peaceful. And now we should have our second. Perhaps we're gonna position it here as well. Where are our monks? Well, since they have invested to that, we could try to get. What's the? Oh no! We don't get a chance to prevent our. We don't get a chance to convert their siege, so our monks can't convince them to join our side, which would be a really nice play. But at least the push halted for a while, so there's that we can enjoy. And now we don't have too much wood. Why is that? So our wood color, perhaps this explains the thing a bit. So we have a plenty of gold, for example, so we can buy stuff. That's nice. And we already have some. Oopsie. Well, we can't fit all of them here. But then, when situation looks dire like this, we can always run away. Luckily. And Harry says 8 inches. Not sure what that refers to, but eventually I learn. And there's the next push coming our direction, and again we are trying to retreat and keep our units more or less alive if possible. Simultaneously there was no pressure from them, perhaps soon. Oh no, now they're coming our way. Run, my dear citizens. We have been waiting for them for quite some time now. Now, Tarkans aren't really very good units to use against a group of that many. This is like, I'm very happy that we were able to keep this alive just like that. It's very nice turn of events. Okay, and they have soldiers. We don't like soldiers too much. How long have you been here? For quite some time. Thanks for asking. Can we try to make that happen, perhaps? And a few extra. Oops, we may have lost a few villages there, but we must not worry too much. We can always get new ones. Let's try to build this surprising castle here. Now, you may be able to tell that we are rather passive. There's not too much happening, and that's because I'm trying to focus, and it's not a thing that's very easy for me to do. I didn't say it, it was my cat. Well, hello to your cat and thanks for the message. Good to have cats like that around. That upgrade could be handy. We could use that as well. That would be good. Now all we really need is plenty of pikemen, but we don't currently have that at our disposal. All these halberdiers. We could have a few of them, but we don't currently have them, so what can you do? And now they are burning our churches and causing havoc left and right. Hussar even. So let's produce some pikemen there. So I would think that we are playing this in a rather non-good fashion. Oh, we have even a few trebuchets back here. Because we are losing units left and right now, and that's not what you usually want to do in a game like this. And our opponent is just sending units our way without caring about, too much about the outcome. These are just raids for raiding purposes. So it doesn't matter if they lose all the units; they have an eco to back it up. And now that castle won't be alive for long. Can we try to go there this way? Perhaps. And now they're already destroying that one. How dare they? So I think that the control of the game isn't very good. Like, we could have the means at our disposal, but we aren't really playing this game too well. 2000 resources except for wood, since the raids were enough to stop us from... Okay, let's get back there. So we could have enough resources for 1,000 units, for example, but instead of utilizing that, we are... Perhaps you can take care of that problem for us. We have also been sending quite a few units to harm's way lately. We also lost a trebuchet like that, not very good, and we are pushed to a corner and have very few ways out. But like our opponent is playing very slow motion cat and mouse with us. Perhaps they are also lacking in the army control front. Let's see if we can reduce their numbers like this. Goodbye, villager. Goodbye, trebuchet. No. Well, perhaps we can try to play on for a little extra while, even though they are probably here at this wood line as well. If only we had a few or a little extra wood to make anything happen. Ooh, let's convert that horsey instead. And then utilize that horse to get rid of that. Yes, this is very good. Oh yeah, our mining camp has been destroyed. Well, that explains the whereabouts of these units. Yeah, well, we are about to lose the game very shortly. And it's a shame, since we have, I might say, quite a nice amount of resources that we could have utilized. So let's try to extend this for some extra time. just because we have, if only we cared to create units, we would have been able to do that. So this is the kind of like throwing that sometimes happens even to the best of us, that even if we would have enough resources to create, I don't know how many buildings to or units to help us in our fight, we are lacking the like the army control to make it so. So let's just carry on and try to move here and hope that our horses are enough to make it happen. So there's the pikeman. We still have 30 or so villagers alive. We can create more halberdiers from there. And too bad that they just added those halberdiers to prevent us from achieving the thing we wanted the most. But there's a certain kind of bug that I can't really type. So what can we take from this? Well, at least we could have created more lethal units, such as these paladins, for example, having 6,000 food and 3,000 gold in the bank. We could have tried to do something with that. This is a very weird castle. Now we made this game really easy for our opponent. Like, they have been just cruising against us since we, after the early presence, so a few skirmishers or few skirmish at their base, we did do very little and focused on adding few trebuchets. That was very good. We were able to halt the push, but then we could have prepared a paladin push at their direction. So instead of doing any nasty archery plays, for example, that's all it would have taken from us. Our largest army 80 to 25. They rightly respected us in that front, and they also had a very good eco setup, so they carried on with the villager. There was probably a short like pause at some point, but they have been carrying on with that. That's the way to reach 120 villagers. Okay, it's time to fast forward. This was rather, despite the fact that the game took a while, there weren't too many events happening. They were able to kill a few villages of mine with the early scout aggression, while adding the second town center, and I was late to make any presence or late to try to prevent them from doing anything. Pushing deer to a mill. Nice job. Well, it's like times like and moments, plays like this that show that the opponent is worthy the 1k elo 993, as you can see here, whereas our deer is still hanging around here because I had trouble getting everything else in place. Now what do they have? 5 scouts, second town center is there, and the scouts are right away able to kill a villager since we were lacking loom. I don't think they noticed that, because otherwise they would have been attacking more relentlessly right away. But still, losing 2 villagers when I had to lose 0 is always a bit painful. Especially since Cumans, that my opponent was, are able to add the second town center in the second age, whereas other civilizations only get that option at third age. So they are now able to have 8 villages more, 10 villages more, and those eco kills make it that much worse. They, to be fair, they lost a villager to boar. I only lost my boar to town center arrows, so that evens things out a bit. But now I'm late to add my town centers, and I don't think they have 7, 6 villagers queued up. I only have 3, now 6. Well, that was very positive sight. But what's been going on at their base? Few knights and scouts, yes. Constant addition of villagers. Utilizing them very well, only 5 minutes of idle TC time. I have had less, but I've been only playing with 1. Worker efficiency isn't too good, but there's probably reason for that. Could be the early raids. Hard to tell at this point. But I think there's a chance that things could be balancing here, even though they got the third town center here. Like, this is the moment where I should be always queuing villagers. Like I'm forgetting to do that here, since I have resources to create 6 villages, for example, but they just appear so fast that I'm not able to pay attention to that. So I had this short window where I could have created more villages, and here I was luckily prepared with a few pikemen and was able to kill a few units of theirs while only losing 1 more. So in a sense, having all these knights hasn't paid off for my opponent. Whereas the early scouts did achieve a lot. But still, they have a really nice eco, like 3 town centers, most of the stuff, like mostly having farms and few cold gatherers here and there. But alright, and the 4th town center here, securing the wood lines. I should be doing something massive here, like a real army, to be able to push this. A huge number of pikemen, of course, would be enough to prevent the horses or the cavalry from approaching. And now my huge number is 14. They also clicked up earlier and are now leading only by 10 villagers. So things are like the game is still in our hands, I would say. Perhaps some, like at pro level, things might look different, especially since they are building a forward castle, whereas mine is a defensive one. And they have the army numbers to more or less crush me, or at least make me pay for my existence. And here I lose extra villager, but not more than that. But since all I'd seen from my opponent was cavalry, this would be a good point to add. Just, oh yeah, they were defending the cold there. I perhaps would have liked the castle there to help the farms as well, but didn't make a difference since there was very little raiding happening. But now this is the moment where we managed to improve our gameplay from the past games, because we are adding trebuchets that are only seen every now and then from our side and are able to halt the aggression for a while, but lacking the map control and the fast unit. Like, this is the moment where we could be thinking that that perhaps what we need is just fast melee or melee cavalry unit, and we had paladin at our disposal. Of course, it needed resources so that we would be able to get there, but that's something that we could be thinking in a position like this, because then we would also have a tool at our disposal with which to do the very similar thing that our opponent was doing, that is raiding, which is something that we can't really do with these pokey guys that we have here. And also now we are down to 10 halberdier. We are lacking wood, so it would make sense to try to utilize this forest to the fullest extent now, and try to get more map control to secure the left side, like this forest for example, since we were lacking a back forest. So it would have made sense, we already have 4,000 gold, to try to get this stone or buy ourselves a castle here and secure this area for us, so that we could move our lumberjacks here. Oh, there was still an extra relic there as well. I never knew. We already have 4, but we could have had 4. We had 3, but we could have had a 4th one and get even more gold that we didn't utilize. But to be fair, our opponent also has a huge amount of resources, so they could have teched to skirmishes, for example, just to get rid of our pikemen. So we are quite even in villages until I lose this town center, but now 110 to 101 is still a like, now it's a question about utilizing resources. And if I did have paladin and 10 or 20 of those, for example, and a few pikemen here and there, I could have contested better in this game. Now losing that was quite huge. There's very little going for us after that. And instead of the castle on the left side, we built it on the right side, where there was only this vanishing forest to be protected. This was way more important for us, having castle there, as our opponent did. But it was nice that they played it this low, so we had a chance to think about the things we had done. But now, instead of having these cavalry archers, these are really nice and whatnot, but we could have had paladin and have this, it's the second upgrade, or the next upgrade to these cavaliers, and make them even more deadly. So we could have just faced this army head to head with better quality units. Likewise here, we lost 10 villagers for no obvious reason, and these cavalry archers are about to die soon. Oh wait, yeah, they are doing very good job here before they go down, but still there's so much happening and we don't have resources to create this unit. Instead, we do have enough resources to create quite a few paladins if we wanted to, and we still had like a limited access to gold around this castle, but we could have made the game look quite different. Now our opponent is population maxed at this point, so they have no way of spending their resources, but we had half an hour before that to try to do something clever, and we failed at that. All these archery ranges should have been stables. At least that would have made more sense, and adding a second barracks would have been clever thing as well, to have a production building to create all those halberdiers. So army numbers, we almost have enough for some 50 or so paladins. So that would have been something. Alright, the game is about to end. But it's very convincing case and convincing play from our opponent. We gave them, I'd like to say, very free paths to play the game as they wanted, and they decided to create cavalry, and we never really got an answer to that. While we probably said it a few times while playing what we ought to do, we were still not able to do it. Take some practicing. This is like in ice hockey when people say that you should move with the puck instead of just starting to play tricky mind games with your opponents and fooling them around. It's a very similar kind of thing that we had plenty of time. We could have, and we had 3 relics to give us this trickle of gold. A few gold every second or so. So we could have tried to get to the best unit at our disposal and try to turn the tide doing that. Instead we tried to be cute with the cavalry and cavalry archers in this case, and had very little going for us. Like if we had double the number of halberdier, for example, then the cavalry wouldn't have been as powerful. Now they were able to dance around our army because it was very, very small army. Now statistics. You can tell that from the score point of view we were just barely hanging there without very much initiative much of the game. And it seems that, well, kill death ratio, I've seen worse, but this tells a very common story for us. And army high as well. 50 minutes game time, and we only managed to build up an army of 25 units. So we need more production buildings, for example. We need more woodcutters. And we need to figure out what to do. That would help. Resources collected, yes, we were a bit lackluster on that front. Timings weren't perfect either. And in the end, our opponent still carried on creating villagers after we lost the TC and some 10 or 20 villagers in the process, just to secure their position, presumably. Actions per minute, our peak managed to get to 100 plus. Our opponent wasn't much or far off. But the average was in their favor, so they constantly did more, and that secured them a victory, so no blaming there. Might have been that they could have won even with less clicking, but hard to know for sure. Perhaps those clicks made all the difference. At least they were able to build really convincing economy, so that's something to practice. But late game defending in, well, we didn't die sooner, so perhaps it's fair to say that we had a few things going on for us. But now that even if our opponent was able to get to Halberdia, for example, and champion, we still would have had Paladin to go for. It's not usually seen in one versus one games, because games end before that technology would come into play, but at least this lower level games allow that to happen, because people are that much more careful not to throw the game, perhaps, and that way give their opponent chance to build up their economy and slowly tech into whatever they wish to go for. All right. Now let's see if we still have any juice to continue as we did. So 3 games so far fought would be happening soon. 2 times Arabia, 1 time Arena, and we never really, even though we discussed this after the Arena game, we never really took any initiative. So that's something to practice. And perhaps messing, focusing on wrong things, like not noticing the civilizations that are playing or facing each other. Aztecs versus Byzantines. Okay, so Byzantines are a late game powerhouse, whereas, well, Aztecs can't really be called a bad civilization either, but I've understood that Byzantines, let's call them that, have quite a few things going on their way as the game progresses. So perhaps we could try to keep this shorter than the last game. Also, can we make the well. We can always try. Or we could have also noticed that that's the back line of the map. Not to make extra turn there, but well, you never know. And or more like there are always things to notice and you can't always notice all of them, but knowing is probably possible. Oh no, we lost pick that we didn't need to lose. But where are our, like, we could really use extra food if anyone had any, but let's start with that. But luckily we still have a little bit of time to get there. Run! Run! And now we shall kill the boar wherever it lands. It's like the best lure of the day. So where are the sheep? Of course we like animals in general, but being able to eat meat in this game is very important. So there's also that. Still missing 2. Right. And then we can try this pushing trick. See how it goes. And we are, well, I was about to say that we are late to add a house, but actually we had everything going just fine. Run! Now here is where we could be utilizing the town center, but since we burned our hands with that trick the last time, we are not trying it again right away. But in the next episode, yes. So we have all the pigs we could ask for. We have both the boars. We have a little curious resources. So a couple of gold mines to the front and also a stone mine. Open looking map. So not much to hide behind, forest wise, for example. But perhaps if we are able to secure this location, like town center here, perhaps we won't have much. No, but we need buildings. Okay, so barracks it is. Faster! Faster! Communicate! Yes. Thank you, people, you have done well. And we still have some room for the town center as mentioned before. Let's see. Alright, what are you guys waiting for? Something to eat, perhaps. So we could try to play the very clever archer opening again. See if that works anyway better than the last time. In any way better than the last time. That looks like a good position for a meal. Like usually people could we even try? So by Byzantines, you say. Let's send a few more gatherers for the berry bush. And now archer range. Oh, we are this close. Oopsie. They're already walling, so we can expect them to try to be sneaky and get to this fast castle, if something. So just getting to the next age as soon as possible, and that would be that. But perhaps we can still try to be annoying with a few archers of our own. Especially during times like this. And just like that, they were able to witness that. It was very good for them. So we can try to move our archers there. See whether they notice that. It's quite likely that they do, but you never know. A few units on. Oopsie. So we need a house. A few units on the gold mines usually signal the opponent that there's going to be an archery play, but of course they can't know that for sure now. Run! Men at arms. But do we really care about that? And just like that, they are harassing our eco. But we could try to create few units to prevent that from happening, or prevent that from making matters too painful for us. And now they are destroying our mill. Do we care? Of course not. We'll add a few. What do we even? No, we don't care about that. Do we? No, we don't. Na 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 na. So what else do we have going for us or against them? No, 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 no. Our archers aren't really there yet, but we can try to see if there's something that we can try to make happen. We don't have enough gold to advance to the next age, but soon we should have enough. Alright, we have been idling quite some time now. Oopsie. Let's take that gold instead. See if that makes any difference. Dun dun dun. And what are we doing here? Very little. We can still try to harass them a bit. Na 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 na. So do we have anyone building houses? No. And just like that they lost the men at arms that could have been saved. And now we shouldn't worry about them too much. Let's kill those two. And then perhaps add an extra unit there. And move around a bit. Spearmen, yes, why not? And then I think they have gained what they were seeking to gain. That is get advantage with quite a little investment and also cost a lot of idle time. We could have tried to fight them with our villagers, I presume, but this is still good enough in my books. But we could build a market just to be able to overcome any shortages of some crucial resources later on, and perhaps just to buy ourselves to the next age too. What do they have there? Let's have a look. And just no, we don't want to add extra. I was just joking, we don't want extra archers to prevent us from getting to the next age. And there we go. Please follow me if you dare. And then the castle age is coming up shortly. Well, I'm surprised that our opponent... Oh, there's a hole. We can utilize that later on. I'm surprised that our opponent hasn't advanced to the next stage yet. Somehow I feel like that's something that could have happened already. But now what we are trying to do here is a surprise move to create a few scouts. Or eagle scouts. And then check whether that hole is still there or if it was just something that looked like a hole. And this villager could... No, this archer could stay here and be very annoying, of course. And eagle scouts, yes, more houses would be nice. And then we will want to get... Oh well, they were able to get to the next age slightly faster than us. And there's the spearman. Ah, not the spearman, the skirmisher. Sometimes I do make sense. So that could be nice. And also we need more gold. Perhaps it would make sense to sell just a little of that to upgrade our units just a bit, and also to buy some wood to be able to get the extra town center that much faster. But where would it be? Here? Okay. And that was this. Oh no! Skirmishers! Luckily that's the one opponent we don't really care too much facing. Annoying of course, but do we really care about them? Not too much. But that's of course a throwaway army of sorts for them. Do we have enough wood to get additional town center rolling? Soon we should have. Just follow us please, this way. Welcome. Now we would like to keep them secret and safe and all that. Let's see if we can make that happen. Oh, but we failed. Okay. Well, doesn't matter. Sometimes things just happen. And we probably should be creating more units as we go. Villagers even. Okay, well you are weak one, but you have seen worse. So there you go. And you could go there. And we could try to create just a few more. Since we invested to these upgrades, we could try to check whether the hole is actually there or not. Our game plan is mostly focused around the hope that there is a hole and we can try to kill our opponent with somewhat ease utilizing that. Okay, but more woodcutters would be nice. So you go to that forest. Oh, we had few archers. I had forgotten about those. You can go there. And stay right where you are. Okay, is there a hole? No. But there could have been. In the next season, we shall witness more holes if possible. Now let's just do that. Please do open the door for us. Ooh, additional walls. So what is their game plan then? Well, we shall see shortly. And then we could add this town center, for example, here, just to secure the wood line. Just in case. Alright, yes. We have quite a few units that could be doing something worthwhile. Yes. Stone! We need everything. What's going on here? The town center, of course. Well, that's neat. But luckily we have a town center of our own coming up as well. And we have quite a few eagles here and there. Our archers didn't really get the memo or the memo to patrol over here. Or then they are, there's also the chance that they are different people. Let's see. Few archers would be nice. And then someone should start the stone collecting thing too. But yet again, our opponent is giving us peaceful time, chance to build up our forces, and they probably have a game plan around the time wasting. Is it open yet? Not. Trying to make us waste time that they could then utilize. And there's a castle. Defensive one though. So they are respecting us. But also they are at the imperial age, so we can expect to see some trebuchets and a solid push, utilizing I don't know what units, skirmishers of course, but what else, to head our way. And we still don't have, right, this might help their gathering efforts. Boom boom. Now even town watch would be useful to be able to see what's going on around us. Now what's going on? Okay. So they have a castle attacking our very important premises. Let's go that way. Ooh! 2 relics right next to the... Oh, they are actually creating cataphracts? Well, that's a surprising move, if I ever saw one. So let's build a few units to counter that. Hopefully. So pikeman is again needed. And then we only have 80 or so. So they're already looming about. And we don't have very many units to defend with. Again, we are lacking the units to defend against a very, even a very weak push of our opponent. Let's see if we are able to prevent much from happening. There are the trebuchets, so we can probably move here. Also these guys, well, perhaps they were not visible yet. We could try to create units, no? Or buildings before we go. And those cataphracts have been very cleverly able to move around with our defensive structures and defenders, and also were able to idle most of my eco, so well, Let's see if we can make some conversions happen and get a cavalry of our own. Not quite, but almost. And then some more pikemen. Oh, we are still castellates. That's something that we would like to change, presumably. Let's build a castle there and see if we have a chance to play this game for much longer. But yeah, we should probably have a few extra farms. That would be nice. But we are now suddenly out of wood again. So our castle age is going to be, or the imperial age is going to be that much more delayed. And then we can retreat. Let's see if there's something worth doing there. While we try to create something of importance. Right, yes. So we have plenty of gold, but what do we do with that? Dun dun dun. It seems like our opponent is just slowly pushing us from this location, and we have idled a huge position of our eco, so and there's this scout just to make sure that they make no mistakes, and that's where they made their mistake. So gold mining upgrade would be nice. We have lost quite a few villagers to the because of the raids as well. We are still a long way from the next age, so hopefully our opponent gives us just a few extra minutes to get back to the game, and this is how we do it. Where can we position this? Okay, well, here it is now. Now it's official. So spearmen, yes, plenty of gold. Skirmishers have extra attack and range. Do we need that? Not necessarily. Few extra monks would be nice. And also get a few conversions going our way would be nice. They were really respecting these monks. This is nice. Like presuming that we have plenty of them. In fact, as you can tell, what we have is very limited amount of anything. So this could be yet again a bit underwhelming game. Our opponent has 5,000 score lead. This game needs some extra practicing. Like we have 90 pop eco, but we have very little to prevent our opponent from overwhelming us. So thank you, very good game. Better to practice against a player than AI. I hope they think the same. But at this stage I could have very easily raided them a bit. This is just a very weird game. Very weird game. Well, let's take a look at the statistics. We lost on all fronts. Largest army, not surprising at this point. Our eco was underwhelming. Perhaps this is what happens when you try to do too many things during a single day, but let's give it a go. So back to capture age we should be. But this was now the third game in a row where we didn't actually... Or is that understatement? I might be lying a bit, but... after the last game we had this idea of trying to get map presence and trying to be offensive. But what actually ended up happening was that we didn't leave the security of our base in this game either. And that's of course our opponent's good game sense and game well played that made it harder for us to move out. But also indecisiveness, yes, that followed. But perhaps we can learn something by taking a look at this record. I think that the early game usually goes quite well. Of course there's idle TC time and worker efficiency isn't perfect, but the first encounters are usually quite good. Of course in the game before this we lost villager 2 or 3 or something to early scouts that we didn't scout ourselves and were able to surprise us. But in general, the early aggression doesn't kill us, but at least in this game I could have witnessed that there's something in the barracks, so there's militia rush coming, or man-at-arms rush at this stage coming, but I lost my scout and I didn't realize this barracks was there. And then the idle time that these 3 militia and scout caused was way more than was needed. And now that was due to my decision not to show the archers, but I knew that my opponent is falling, so I had very little to gain with them in any case, and my opponent had seen the archery range, so it made very little sense not to utilize the 2 archers, wear down this men-at-arms, push and keep the worker efficiency in as good position as it can be without when my economy is not harassed. So they were able to drive me away from gold, which I didn't need to do much, but would have been handy when moving to the next age, and from the berries. So this early men-at-arms rush offered them way more than should have happened, especially since I had 2 archers already. And once I showed this single archer here as well, I was able to wear down these men-at-arms, and this was not very well microed play, but here at this point we already have given our opponent a very good lead, since they have 12 villagers more. I didn't lose any, I just have been idle for 4.5 minutes, and still queuing a single villager here and there, and also the worker efficiency is better, why not, but resources collected is 1200 more, so they have 1/6 extra resources when compared to mine. And this is something that men-at-arms rush should practically never achieve anything, and it was very foolish play from my side to not utilize the 2 archers that I had, because using that I could have easily defended with the help of villagers why not? And or some extra spearmen thrown in, why not? I could have afforded that, and therefore I could have clicked to the castle age a minute or two earlier than I did. So that's very good aggression from ElBalma, and probably gave them very good momentum as well. And now what they have is 8 skirmishers, and that's all. So something that I could very easily kill with my eagle warriors that I'm preparing now. And yet again, not realizing that I'm this much behind, I'm trying to keep those secret in a way. Whereas I could have, now that I have upgraded their armor as well, instead of idling my eco as I'm doing, and I also have 2 archers that I didn't realize I had there. So they have been there for quite some time now. I could be utilizing these 3 eagles and get this aggression over and done with. Instead of that, my idle PC time is 5 minutes, worker efficiency 40%, and they barely took damage once they attacked. So that was very easily cleaned army, just like the first army. So like I had the tools at my disposal, but I was too stubborn to utilize them. And now I'm behind, but what I could try to do is drop a second barracks and produce huge amount of these upgraded eagle warriors, now that the game is in a peaceful situation. I'm behind in resources, even if I don't know that for sure, but I'm not doing very good aggression. This could have been a sign that the aggression is good, because my opponent's investing to stone walls, so he doesn't want to face me, or they don't want to face the aggression that I have to offer. But this number just could have been double, and I also could have tried to play, or try to give them a little bit of my attention, so that I wouldn't have thrown them away like that. And now they have really nice 3 TC eco coming up, defensive castle, and I have very little going on. Few archers. I'm 20 villagers behind. Still, now I'm finally queuing 15 to make things happen. But perhaps at that point I could have tried to realize the situation was really dire. There were clues. And also a thing that I didn't take into account was that cataphracts, how do they do? How do they do against eagles? Is there a quick way to find that out? Well, not for me. But it's a very gimmicky type of unit. I should have at least tried to play with eagles as well, to see how they fare, since I had plenty of gold and I had created the upgrades. But perhaps here I can have a look, even if the numbers are hugely in their favor, and I don't know if my eagles are ever fighting against those cataphracts, like not 1-to-1 at least. But they don't die instantly. Well, 4 eagles isn't too much. But I could have afforded to create 20, for example, at this stage. How about that? Let's have a repeat of what we just saw. Okay, so one eagle against quite a multiple cataphracts. Okay, well they die. Now it's settled. So they also do have a bonus against eagles, I reckon. Just like knights do. So it was a good idea then. From my opponent's point of view, to create a few cataphracts, and now they are finishing the game with these rushes. Suddenly I'm going to lose 10 villagers, and I already was, well, although just like a handful behind, but still they have collected 1/3 more resources than I have, so my worker efficiency is quite similar, but I've been lacking on that front, and my 4th town center is now going down. I'm still castle age, floating 2000 gold, not using that for anything. I could have also created 20 monks and teched the few technologies available at that stage, and then the army numbers would have easily turned to my favor. Having 10 cataphracts out of this, or now that was enough to scare them not to attack, but I only had 6 units at my disposal, so that was very, and now I'm throwing a few monks away. Oh, but got a lucky converse, I didn't realize that at the time. But now, if I had 30 monks, then this scouts play from my opponent would have made more sense. But this is very underwhelming. It felt underwhelming that I don't have a clue how to play the civilization, which is very fair. Fair way to describe the situation. And also, like, I could have tried to get the army numbers, since we have been talking about that for quite a few times now. Try to get army numbers and try to utilize them. Now my opponent had 42 units, I only had a few. I'm floating resources or gold, and I am more or less lost on what to do next. I could have moved to this back forest as well. But I enjoy the fact that at this level, even if the games last a bit longer because of that, it's still nice to have this much time. Because I think that my opponent, like, of course they were looking at the score, seeing that I'm not Imperial Age yet, and probably just waiting for me to resign. But they could have just run through my city, destroy town centers, and end the game in a more brutal way doing that. This was my desperate way to try to find extra gold. Who knew it was behind me all along? If someone had scouted better, I would have also found the extra relic, and I could have had a way to move or to keep some production safe. This was a really weird game, and perhaps as years pass, I'll be able to realize that if I lose that much time to Men at Arms, for example, and I have somewhat competent opponent against me, then there might not be too much reasons, or at least I should approach the game differently. Like, I knew I was in a hurry, but I'm still not queuing but a single villager here and there. I was able to get to 90 perhaps, but I should have tried to come back with a boom of 120 or 30 villagers. Just hoping, like more, these gold miners could have been stone miners. I could have built a castle and 2 to try to secure this position and buy ourselves some time. Throw down more like extra town center here to secure the gold if I am afraid of raids. Farms around everything and try to get 200 pop and see what happens after that. Now it's been a very rare. I don't think there's been a game on the ladder where I've been able to reach a pop max. And yet that's something that I could do. I think it would be a good thing to try to aim at, that if my opponent's giving me time, as I was given this game, 45 minutes and I've only lost, okay, well, 90 villagers due to the single raid there, but trying to balance my eco, get the macro game right, because I did nothing with the 5,000 gold. It's very nice to have around, but instead I could have had 5,000 wood or food, and with that I could have easily not only gotten to the Imperial Age easily, but also I could have built a pikeman army of 50 to slow down my opponent and skirmishers or whatnots. And this is just I'm losing when I'm booming. I'd say that if I don't take lead in the early game and force my opponent to react if they are able to play their game, then I don't know what to do, would be my view of my own game. So if I'm led to myself, then I'll just start dribbling with the puck, as they say. Now kill death ratio more familiar to us, below 0.3, but that's at least something that we can easily improve, presumably. Army high, yes, 20, it's very good. We lost on all the resources except for relics. And yes. More villagers would be nice. APM, quite even. And we also even had some advantage on the average APM, even if not much. But that doesn't win us games. We should also know what to do with the time given to us. Alright. So I reckon that we could play one more game and see if there's anything we can or anything that we are able to pull off from all these experiences we have and the points we have noticed during the night or during the day today. But just a short break for me. Please stay attuned if you have time, and if you don't, thanks for hanging around. Be back in a bit. Welcome back. Or I'm back. Welcome for all of you who stayed put. Oops. I could have also complimented my cell phone for staying put, but that was impossible for it at this stage and at this hour. But at least the good side of that drop was that I can now rest assured that my cell phone is in following me. Now, next learning experience is about to take place. At least there's this chance that through repetition we will learn certain patterns and are able to slowly overcome them. Because I claim that the last recorded game and watching through that recording was really useful, because since I wasn't utilizing gold, I wasn't abusing the market, at least not enough. What I could have done is gather all those, or even half of the gold miners around my main gold and send them to collect wood, for example. That would have been a nice little move to give me a better chance to play the game. And also would have made sense to deprioritize gold mining altogether, especially as I was floating that, to create more pikemen, because that was the only unit that I needed when watching the the composer of my opponent's army, which was cataphracts and later on light cavalry. So what else do I need? It's a huge amount of pikemen, even if they then move to skirmishers or whatnot. Would have still been a good idea. Alright, an arena. Now less tricky games and some map control would be nice. Let's see if we have that in us to deliver. Turks against Incas. So we get good and Mesosiv yet again. So we have had Mayans, Aztecs and now Incas. But luckily Incas are quite standard and even easy ones to play, because of the fact that they have the ordinary standard amount of units in the beginning. Let's utilize the sheep, since we are quite clever with our moves these days. Some of these has to be back walls, but we will learn about that soon. Okay, yeah, but out of all the Mesosivs, Incas are nice because they have no tricky gameplay beginnings. Although now that I said that, isn't the situation similar with Aztecs as well? So, well, fool me once. Last game was just a mess for other reasons. So, pardon my confuseness, if you may. Okay, a few sheep are down, but there's nothing we could have done to prevent that from happening. And then we have this adventurous sheep doing the work. And military units cheaper. Buildings support more units. That's right, so I didn't have to start with the two. Okay, so the Aztecs are the mesos if to go for when one wants an ordinary gameplay, because Incas only require one house if you want to save some time, presumably, and save some wood for later aggression. And now we get to see if our opponent is using the Scout of theirs, but based on the score they are not. Then again, I may not be the perfect reader of the score, so there's that as well. How come that's so close? Was that an accidental double deer push? Perhaps? That's why we watch the recordings. Okay, now it's your... Or is it? No, we don't need you to do that. Next one may do that. Boar lure. Alright, Incas, so we get slingers, which are nice, of course. Run to the safety. Right. Oops. A few extra seconds of idle time may have happened, but... Okay, so is this outside or inside? Nobody knows, but soon we should be able to know. Now let's try to take a look at the whereabouts. Might be happening outside. Run! Now you can try to help your friend in need. Very good. Please. Well, that must have been the greatest lore, if there ever was one. Oh, we are lacking a building. We don't need loom, so let's create a few. No, this is the greatest idea I've had in a while. So early gold, yes, very good. And then some early aggression somehow. Turks. They are trying to make the game last forever, I presume, or at least fast imp, perhaps not to postpone the game necessarily, but they might not have many things or many reasons to try to force the issue if they are able to compete for the relics as they should be, thanks to the free cavalry upgrades that they get. So archer play might be quite inadvantageous to us, but we could try to add spearmen at least as soon as we have a chance to do that. And then do we have enough food for a mill? Then that would be a nice addition as well. Alright, we are actually lacking very much wood. Well, it's going to change shortly. Just have to be passionate and patient. A few spearmen. Let's see if they're gathering their stone. Doesn't seem like they would be. Oh, and all of a sudden we are again lacking houses. So early wheelbarrow it is. Okay, so there are wood cutters there. Now we should be able to get a few spearmen on the field to verify how things are going there. This is not the very standard build again. Perhaps we could even have one spearman checking things about, checking the back of our base, just in case there's something going on. And what about this? No, 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 no. And now we could also try to get so they are doing a fast imp. Could it be because the feudal age was so slow? That might mean that if we are able to create a few Eagle Scouts and hop over the walls come next age, for example, then we might be able to do some damage. But then we also would have to get to the next age. And how are we going to manage that is a question for the viewers. There's gold there, good for them. We managed to keep the spearmen alive here and there. Ooh, get a hit? No, that we did not manage to do. And there's this end of the forest. Okay, and then we can perhaps move an extra spearman there. Now, thanks to the wheelbarrow, our villages are that much faster, but perhaps we will still want to utilize the market, for example. And it's going to take us a while to get to the next age, I'm afraid. Even if our game plan now focuses around getting there, we could try to hide these for a while. Boom, boom. So early map presence is what we are trying to get here, and it remains to be seen whether we can achieve that actually, but at least there's no harm in trying. And there's the casolates, and now the competition for all those relics starts, and that's the first one that we more or less lost, I'm afraid. And we should be able to click up soon as well, but it's still going to take us a while. Okay, so you shall be woodcutters, and then we go up. Few extra eagles. Let's hide you if possible. And then not sure if that is what we can do, but let's see. And then what we can try to do once we get to the next stage is to get the siege workshop as soon as possible. Eagle warrior upgrade, yes, as well. And also the siege tower, so that we can try to move our units across the map. And then the additional town centers shall follow after that. Second barracks on our way up. Is that too much, perhaps? So more people to collect the wood. And luckily we also have gold, so we can try to balance our eco if need be. Okay, we can afford that. One more, okay. And then there's this upgrade, yes, that we can upgrade. Then we would like to have siege workshop, not necessarily there, but here. And a house would be nice. Ooh, we were able to win that one. Very good. We can be proud of our achievements. And that's the fast imp. And now it's possible that they are creating janissaries, for example. So that... What's the key for that? F, okay. So we might have a disadvantage when it comes to the army composition. But at least we can enjoy the ride. See what happens. And in we go. And off we go. Let's see what happens. We can try to catch that if possible, but it might also be that it's impossible. And then a second town center to secure some resources that we are going to need gravely quite soon. And just a few extra soldiers, just in case. And so we have lost a few relics, it seems, but only a few. And we have been able to get that far. So good for us. And then let's hop over and hope for the best. And then we just run. See if there's anything we can do. Let's kill that monk. Oh, so they have witnessed our aggression. And the hand cannoneers are coming in. To defend. Good for them. And what do we have here? Not too much. Oh, the villagers were there. Killing even a few would be a very good thing, even if they have a plenty of more. And now we have been resting on our laurels a bit, but we should be able to get some control of the map now, if we haven't been wasting too much time, that is. It might be that all this microing was too time consuming in the end. Monastery, yes, why not? And then we will want to switch eventually to archers too. So we can probably do that, or even do this. Let's do it like that. Let's see what's going on here and there. Oh, okay, so they have cannons, a huge amount of, okay. So let's just move these units if possible to here, and from there to here, and let's try to do that again soon. Now they are going to pose us or threat us with the cannons, and that's too bad. Of course, we didn't cause too much damage, but I reckon that the aggression that we were able to do isn't going to help us too much, but we can still try. And off we go, and see if there's a chance to cause some more damage this time. But at least our opponent is playing it slowly, so we again have a chance now that they're still just building their armies, amassing the numbers and so forth. And a few villagers are dead. Now here comes the army. These cannons are lost. No! These cannons could have been lost, but weren't. Oh no. And our monk is late to pick up the relic. And now what we need is quickly build. Perhaps even a castle might be in order, if we just can make it happen fast enough. Because we still might have a few seconds before the opponent's forces do us in, but we might not have much more than that. Kamayuk. What a nice addition of unit. Perhaps we can make that happen. No, we almost could, but we quite couldn't. And now we are still on the in the wrong age to actually make any proper defense happen. So this is suddenly looking a really grim game again. So Turks, fast imp. Our army number is only 10. This is no way to play the game. So as soon as we try to approach, they get us killed with ease. But luckily we have more from where those came from. Hopla! Those only tickle. Okay, well the situation looks really grim, and it might be that we have lost yet again on an arena, but it was a well played game from our opponent through the toughest of times. And what have we here? One town center, early aggression, few military buildings, and just a push. Okay. Now, for once, we might have had more eco going for us then, but we should have added a few archers to get rid of these hand cannoneers too. No, this was really nice. Like very, I think we again made it very easy for our opponents to win the game. But at least there were few attempts to turn the tide. But if I had just the army numbers, that would have been enough. And probably, yeah, villager high. So this was one of these, would be one of the games which would be interesting to be able to replay right away and see how things might go when, if my action would be different. I could have presumed that the fast imp would be based on a really slim economy, and then that they would utilize their gunpowder units as well, and then build accordingly. Try to MS a large enough group of units. Like I think the raids were successful in a sense that my opponent must have lost 5 or so villagers, and that gave me some extra seconds, but that still doesn't mean that it was the right call, because I had a really secure base again, really large secure wood lines that I could utilize for hours. Of course they did as well, but still. And I could have also scouted that and verified in that fashion that there are only a few like villagers in their base, single town center and all that, and tried to make the push happen. Perhaps even, well, I couldn't outrange their cannons, so having fast units to get rid of those would have been required. But this was the game where building a large enough army would have made sense. So my opponent has probably a cleverly practiced tactic for delayed feudal age, fast castle, and then fast imperial age, that is, and then quickly get the economy set up in a way that they can support the small army, small but deadly army, and have the initial push that would be unstoppable, which of course it was. So now I'm leading in villager numbers for a while. There's the siege workshop and the temple, and still only have this light cavalry of theirs. Imperial Age economy upgrades. They have one villager more, but only one villager more. I could have built in this game even more forward military building, just to make the raids easier, since I did invest to a... Okay, so hand cannons are coming there, and there's this cannon there's this really sneaky raiding attempt. Da 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 na 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 na, and in we go. And it took them a while to know this, but not too long. There were enough hand cannoneers to right away force me to move. But still 4 villagers down, and now I have 6 villager lead. But of course I'm not even close to clicking imp due to all the upgrades that I did that were not necessarily too good an investment. And now I'm throwing away a few units that were supposed to raid again. But here is where I think I could have prepared, for example, a Mangonel. I don't know if I would have been able to outreach that, or to ever get to a position where I would have had a good encounter with those. But yet again, a very quick raid, few more extra villages dead. I should have attacked the cold, perhaps, but still 13 villages down, so 56 to 33. And now the only thing that was lacking, now this is their push, but their economy is very limited, whereas I could afford to create, for example, spearmen. That wouldn't be too useful. Skirmishers would have been a good idea. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Yeah, so for example, having 20 skirmishers would have given my melee units chance to secure this, to have a chance against these cannons, and then it would have been just the right away to finish the game. Okay, so game sense is the thing we're looking at, and also I had enough stone for another castle, so I could have perhaps invested to that too. But now I also had enough resources at this stage to create 20 units perhaps. So this, in a few previous games I've thought that the reason we lost was because we were overwhelmed, that there was too much happening, too many town centers and too large armies and all that, but now this was just a slow performance. But of course it happens to the best of us, like the Viper has sometimes said after a tournament performance or just a single game here and there, that sometimes things just are a bit off. That you can't really find yourself doing the calls. Like in the end we achieved better kill death ratio than the last game, but this is still I hope we can do better. But yeah, nice eco, but also we would benefit from having someone whisper to our ear, or taking the controls every now and then, or playing in a co-op mode, just creating the units or telling us what to do. Let's create 10 skirmishers, for example, to keep the hand cannoneers at least, if not at bay, at least to be able to reduce their numbers, and raid with 5 eagles, 5 skirmishers, since we had the tool to breach their walls or cross their walls. That would have made their defense very much harder to achieve. But this is a nice example of how to make things happen with very small eco, small army numbers, and making them matter through the quality. Also, we can see here that Sheikh 77 playing as Turks didn't need very many actions per minute, and perhaps that's the reason the raids were as successful as they were. That they were just doing their thing and it was enough. So whereas we are here to doing everything we can at once to try to secure our base while raiding theirs and whatnot, we still failed to stop their slow moving push from destroying us. But very good game and good learning experience. Now I'm thinking about creating a yet another cup of decaf coffee, and then pondering whether there's a chance to play one more game, since this is rather fun. Surprisingly fun. Now that we are still over 900 elo, we can make that count. But I'll be back in a second. Let's see if we can make this work as well. Okay, so just give me a second. Thank you. And here we go again. At this point it seems that microphone issues are not troubling us, which is good. The issues that we have then are or have to do with the gameplay, game senses, and just lack of skill, which is good because now our brain capacity and bandwidth can be utilized towards Age of Empires instead of this technology that our age has to offer. Remains to be seen whether that helps, but at least we now have even better chance than we have had ever. Now, I've seen games where these Turks are utilized in the fashion that we witnessed in the last arena game, and therefore I could have known what to expect. And perhaps we now have a better chance to, with the knowledge that we have gathered, to overcome anything that our opponent has to throw at us and our way. Tatars versus Poles. Now I haven't played Tatars too much. Have I played them ever? Not necessarily. But oops. But there's time and place for everything. And at least they have, it seems, a solid... Oh, one of the reasons we got that much more score in comparison to our opponent probably had to do with the fact that we did scout the outside as well with our herdables. So that could very well play a role, now that I think of it. And perhaps we could try to use this here as well to our advantage. See whether that is an advantage in the end. Let's see. Poles, they have these hard to counter castle units, at least AI utilizes those. I'm not sure what their name is actually, but I'm afraid I may be forced to see them today if I ever give them a chance to. Oh well, you just had to do it, so had to do it. So why not? And now we could verify these few things and then get back here. And perhaps we still have enough time to get the deer a bit closer this time. Oopsie. A bit closer, as I said. Very good. And now a house would be a nice thing to have. And where is our boar? Is this a backwood? Yes. So let's send our units all the way there. Well, the location wasn't ideal, but the idea was good. Okay. So let's see if this is connected as well or not. Okay, well, this is as good as any. House here, that forest there. Yes, we can. And perhaps your mission is to fetch that boar back. You can help with that. You as well. Ah. Okay. Oh, well. Something had to be done, so it's good that someone took the initiative. And what do we have here? Okay, so we have another back forest at our disposal. Very good. Now the map control was not something that we managed to get, even though we were hoping that we would. So perhaps this game things will go differently. Oops, and we already have plenty of food, but are lacking on some other resources. Perhaps we can somehow make this work even still. Let's see. Now let's try to locate the walls of our opponent. Let's see what we have against us. Few extra units would be nice. Okay, so on the right side we are very close. Then perhaps there's a chance to utilize the resources outside. Now Tatars. We get Keshik and Flaming Camel. And cavalry archers are highly encouraged. We also get better trebuchets if we invest to castle technologies. So perhaps that could be something that we would do. Mill, thank you very much. And house. We can do that shortly. A blacksmith and a market, but we are not rushing that since we are still lacking the food. So, well, we have nice looking gold piles here, a few relics we could try to compete for. Perhaps house there and a few farms to seal the deal. We have enough buildings. Okay, well, archers would be a very clever play. Usually people create scouts if they are to compete with relics. We don't know about our opponent, Kaas, their plans as of yet. And it might be that we never will learn of those. But the thing we could try to do is barracks, even if it's going to waste some of our precious wood. Hello? Are we getting the first hit? No. Well, we could have. We just can't. But we did try our best. And it's very possible that we are going to lose ours. Just like that. Well, good timing on their part. So well played. Now we took some idle time on our TC and are only just slowly thinking about the next age. So cavalry is what can be expected from us. A single spearman we can always afford. But since we have a plenty of gold, we can try to balance our eco by clicking up now. A little bit late to my liking, but this is of course how we play the game around here. Then we will try to create a few archers. We will add the farms, well, at least up to a point we can afford to do so. And then more villagers would be nice. So we better move here. Move a few there to help us. But then again, we were also lacking this precious wood because we had a few units queued. So, okay, one scout killed. That's very good. And now as soon as we reach the the next age, we can invest to a town center. One extra spearman or two just in case, and an extra unit of that sort. That's the perfect location for a town center. Please join them. And then we will try to take the map position if possible. Let's fasten that a bit. And a town center right about here is an excellent idea. As always. We can upgrade those. We could also upgrade other units, but later on we will have time to do all that. Okay, so let's move out and have a look. Dun 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 dun. All right, I had forgotten about the sheeps, or the sheep that we get for free. Kill that, you kill that, then you carry on with the wood. So what do we need in order to get these vital upgrades. Perhaps the thing we could try to do yet again is this siege tower push or aggression. And let's just add an additional unit or two. Oh, there's something happening. Now what is it? Town center, okay. Okay, let's get rid of that if possible. A few extra archers would be nice. Then we can try to position our units just into the distance to be hurtful, but let's see how that goes. And just a few extra units of that sort. A nice little farm there. What are we still lacking? Gold. And well, it's going to get better eventually. And you could still alive, very good for you. So let's see if there's something we can try to do with these units at our disposal. Now they only need skirmishers to prevent this aggression, of course. There's a castle. Oh no. So we can probably expect them to attack with the nasty hammer people soon. Let's see if they have enough to stop all that we have in the works against them. Of course, we are worried that they might just have. Their boom is probably better than ours. And I'm not just reading the score. Okay, so that's the outpost. But have they 2 layers of walls? Well, that's very clever. And more coming up. Now we are lost here. But does that really matter? I don't think it does. Since, oops. Can you try to shoot the villager? Oh yeah, villager kill. And the second one coming. Oh yeah. And now there's a castle to prevent our existence. And yeah, we can still try to get rid of the house before they manage to make that happen. And now, what to do? Oh, we are right. So we need houses. Of course, that's not going to last for long, since they are going to kill our units quite soon. We can still try to position ourselves there. Nice. Okay. So now what we could have been doing all this time was to create... Okay, we could try to make use of some of the eco that we have. So cavalry, for example, and then that would be a nice building to have as well. And the fourth age. Have you heard about that? But since our opponent has invested into a few castles, I think it's quite likely that they show up with a unit that ignores armor, even if I can't remember its name. And our saving grace might have been that, at least for now, for a short while, the fact that they invested into a defensive castle here as well. Is this enough? Perhaps? And let's see if we still have time to grab a few relics. We don't need that actually, but this we could try to utilize. And then just a few units to make our boom more viable. Dun dun. Now let's see what's going on at our enemy's direction, because they have invested quite a few resources to prevent us from achieving things that we would like to have, like early aggression. But of course that doesn't mean that they would have missed anything valuable necessarily. We could try to upgrade our units a bit. Welcome to join the party. And the next town center would come here. And what is it that they have? Okay. So how come we don't have that much? Going on for us. Winged Hussar. So they're probably going to prevent us from getting any more relics. But if we invest to a group of camels, then perhaps that's going to help a bit. Let's see if this is enough. Because now we are, of course, in the middle of losing quite a few units. And might also lose all these villagers. Well, let's see. We are still also causing some havoc. But based on what we have seen from our opponent, they do know how to play the game, so that's always a very troubling sight. So the sheep could come here to be rescued by our very neat other people. And if camels are suitable, then that's going to be a really nice thing for us. Perhaps we could even try to invest to a few extra upgrades for them. There's no room for... Let's see. Could have also been that our opponent's only spending that Oh no. So perhaps they've only invested to a few, like starting Hussar, and then the carry on plan is to create these other units. Such as the people with the axe that I can't really remember right now. Ah, yes, Elite Obush. That's the one. And now they've been shown to us. And what we could try to do is create these more distant units. No, don't you go there if you don't have to. Build a few of those. Now if they ever get a large enough number of those units, then we are going to be in a trouble. Based on my experience with AI, so I hope that I'm wrong, of course. But the good thing is that we are having a position where we have 100 villagers. That's not something that we have all too often, and let's see if we can still prevent them from building the first offensive castle. Now we are showing our tech, and they are probably building gazillion of skirmishers if they only have a chance to. Oh yeah, we could have tried to attack the villagers instead. There are the trebuchets, just in time to try to force my hand. And let's see if we have enough cavalry at our disposal to prevent them from doing just that. So this, it seems that they have quite a neat looking army, and we may be lacking a bit in numbers. So let's build just a few extra houses, thank you, and then carry on with that plan of ours. Now our army is ill positioned, as you can tell. We are here attacking behind the enemy lines when the action is commencing here. So perhaps we should try to focus a bit on this side as well. But luckily we have these walls to protect some of our units. Let's see what happens. Now we are of course going to lose quite a few units in the process, but we still have plenty of units around. But army control might be a thing that makes a slight difference in a game like this. And all of a sudden we ran out of gold to produce the units that we would have really liked to have. But luckily we still have other means. We shouldn't waste these units too much. There's a way around that. Same applies to villagers now that I think of it. So try to get to the safety if there's a way for you to do that. Na 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 na. This is a very exciting game since we have had a chance to play with our army, and now even if we are losing in quite a few fronts, we still have enough of numbers to produce. And if we were producing the right units, we might even have a very good number of units. And this wasn't a very good move from our side. But we can always create more. From where those came from. Because actually we are in a quite disadvantageous position. We are lacking upgrades, some very basic ones, and our income of gold is gone as well. But we had quite a run. Now we should have prepared better for the ambush, and our opponent, since they have a gazillionous score lead, hasn't taken too much damage, it seems, or hasn't hesitated to keep on keep their economy rolling. So, oh, they're still alive. I should have told them to destroy the blacksmith, but they had an additional one already prepared. Yeah, but this was probably quite underwhelming game for our opponent to compete in. Ashley Star 12. Hello, how are you? And thanks, Ashley. Thanks for asking, and welcome to join us on this journey. I'd like to say fine, even though our brain, or at least my brain, is about to explode by all the information required to collect and utilize while playing the game. For example, here our opponent had a quite easy boomy game. They didn't need to do very much, being Poles, and our approach was slow and hesitant, and playing a few games like that a day, or today has been a challenging one, being the 8th day of this ladder competing for me. It has been there has been a plenty of insights, or at least plenty of room for insights from these games. All these farms really nice, so the layout is there and all. So against Poles, one should probably be a bit more aggressive, in a sense that aggressive castle here, not letting them boom, would probably be a better approach than trying to outboom them with their farming bonuses and all. This time we all luckily got to a position of having army that's large enough, like over 50, so that we could compete when it came to battle, if only to realize that they can replace their army, the lost army, whereas we really can't. So we fell behind quite a bit, like 10 behind in villagers. For example, they had quite convincing lead at that point. Our initial rush achieved nothing. They were able to wall against the very clever siege tower push. So what I should have done would have been to try to lock them in to their base and have the map control, since they weren't gathering resources or anything, not even the relics. They weren't competing for those. So now taking a look at the game that just happened, I think we could have tried to build towards our opponent in a more clear fashion. Position our castle here, for example, especially at the stage when we had the initial victory with camels and pikemen over their cavalry. All right, but Ashley, I forgot to ask about your whereabouts. If you happen to still be around, I'm not quite sure how many hours it took me to notice that comment, but please do let me know what's up. And if not, what brought you here, what kept you here? Now, they had a forward gold here, neutral gold here, positioning castle here. Of course, that's what they did. They had their defensive castle. Positioned in a clever place to make it. Of course, this early town center was surprising to me, but there was probably good reasoning behind that. But now 3TC boom is commencing while we are still waiting for the castle age to reach us. Now let's see if we have learned anything about the booming or the past non-successful booming games. At least we don't have idle TCs all the time. Actually, we are leading on that front, having only 3 minutes of idle TC, whereas our opponent has 4. But that was due to this early aggression here. But they cleverly started producing wheelbarrow there, not to get too much idle TC time. And now I'm falling behind with my TC usage, whereas they are very convincingly building their base. Castle to secure that gold, but I could have still pushed this town center here, since I knew it was there. But I should, perhaps instead of investing to a blind siege tower that then ran to my opponent's outpost right away, they had ample time, and there was still a spot there where I could have dropped these units. I don't know. So I could have done some scouting beforehand. And later on I got a few villager kills when they tried to wall me in. But that was very underwhelming, and now I'm already 30 villages behind. They have already clicked to the Imperial Age. I'm only planning on doing so. So I'd like to claim that Kaas knew what they were doing. This looks very efficient and neat, like just a business as usual sort of game that okay, since my opponent allows me to do this, then I'll just boom with poles and crush our opponent shortly thereafter. And I presume that that's something that they have done plenty of times before. Like booming, adding the outposts to secure the base. Or to get knowledge about surrounding whereabouts, and then booming with 50 villager lead. Even still, like I have queued 12 villagers, but they already have reached the amount they are aiming at, and are only now starting to push. And now I'm thinking that I may have a chance because my opponent has played so passively, but that's partially been because they have been focused on building this economy, just setting all the farms, setting all these folwarks and so forth, so they don't necessarily have had time to make all that extra happen. And now here's the initial encounter with winged hussar, and I'm just able to get enough camels when they finally reach me. And then there's this huge number of elite obuk already appearing on the field. And now this was where I won against like 5 scouts and felt good about my situation. But this was very AI type of approach. Like getting to 120, 30 villagers, very comfortable position, and then slowly starting with the push. And advancing with that. So we didn't have to play for this long. I'm already 15k behind in resources. My map control is very limited. My opponent is just very patiently building up forces. Now if I had double the number in camels, then perhaps yes, why not? This could have been a different story. If I had hand cannoneers in numbers, then perhaps yes, we might have stood a chance. But when our opponent already is about to hit the pop limit and we are struggling to get over 130, this is very grim looking situation. Now we finally got to 110 villagers, but we are floating resources, so what we should have done is just create a plenty of more. And we of course could have done that earlier too. But now they're just slowly advancing, this chain of castles coming towards our way. And they are preparing archers and skirmishers just in case, probably to overcome any. But this still surprises me, the passiveness of the plays most of the players show. Now this is just my first castle here, even though I've seen 2 castles from my opponent. Now I don't think if it would have made a huge difference, but it's telling about priorities that I have 2000 wood and food, and I am only now losing the first castle, and I'm not even increasing the amount of stone gatherers or stone miners. I could have won a few extra minutes for me by placing additional castle, trying to get trebuchets and wearing my opponent down with the archeries perhaps. But so there were multiple things off, I would say. Not quite there. And Ashley, do you play other games as well? Why sometimes yes. Now my focus is to focus is on Age of Empires, of course, being the one of the first games that I actually ever played. Some 20 years ago, or at least one of the first games I really got hooked to. But stream-wise, I presume it's not going to happen very soon, at least, since having time to play even this is or takes planning. And Ashley continues, that's great. I mostly play action games, and it's very good for you. And by action games, do you mean like shooters, or such as Squad, for example, that my friend tends to play? And are you also familiar with the Age of series, since you happen to stumble your way here? Now you can tell that this is a very action-paced or action-paced game, but not in a similar manner. But this was really odd game. Perhaps one game I'm going to reach the pop limit, that's 200, as my opponent Kaas was able to do. Now we weren't too close, 140 perhaps. So yet again the boom, by which I refer to the ability to add economy. Huge amounts of villagers gathering more resources was severely lacking. I invested quite a few hundreds of resources to technologies that I didn't really utilize too much. These could have all been villages that would have improved my economy in the long run. Instead, my opponent mostly saved all the technological investments, warfare investments, to a later stage when they could afford to have all of that, even though they had zero towers, because why not? Herbal medicine, not something you see every day, but of course they were preparing for a long game. Could also be that at the point when your opponent is preparing for caravan, they are running out of things to spend their money on. Let me follow you, so whenever you'll stream I can join you. Feel free to. I'll be happy to be followed. So thanks Ashley for the support. And hope to see you around as well. Now one of the things, since these are still the first 20 perhaps games we have played competitively on the ladder, so somewhat competitively. One of the things we have been trying to improve was the game sense, and while I knew that letting Poles grow their economy and forces in peace could be deadly for me. I still failed to produce any threat to their way. And when they finally arrived at the walls, the game was already over, but I didn't realize that. So we wasted some time there that need not to be wasted. I could have quit the game as soon as they reached Imperial Age, basically. I just didn't realize that. And perhaps this is telling statistics as well, these actions per minute. I've been trying to slowly reach the point where I might boast this peak APM of over 100, so we would have close to 2 actions per second. So if something needs to be taken care of, we would perhaps have the means to deliver. Not that every click or button press is necessarily very effective. We might be wasting those and doing things that do absolutely nothing good for our team, but still, the telling thing here is that Kaas, our opponent, was able to beat us quite convincingly with actions per minute average of just 20. So doesn't mean that it's slow, just that they can be quite economical with that. Just a click per 3 seconds or action per 3 seconds still give you like they can still build a formidable army, whereas my half more clicks per minute don't really cut it. And Ashley, I think you should go for customization of your channel. Yes, that's a good advice. Of course, it will gives your channel a professional touch. Yes, oh yeah, that makes sense. And eventually, when we are moving forward from this hobbyist pastime activity where we are interacting with people who happen to like our company, then that's something we might consider. I'm a visual artist. I help streamers to grow. Would you like to see my work? Well, does no harm, so please do share. Even if at this current stage I have other issues where I want to focus on. Like growing channel is of course very nice, but if it happens to happen, it's more like a byproduct of the fact that I enjoy playing this game or enjoy my life in general, hopefully. Kindly give your Discord. Well, I'll have to memorize that. It's gonna take a while. Perhaps you can try to whisper here, if that's a possibility. But thanks for the offer. And now our eyes are turning to the really last game of the day, perhaps. And based on the experience we have gained so far, we can tell that arena is... Now we have yet to win an arena game, so it's clearly something that we are not fully prepared to compete on. So my very nice idea of taking it slow, trying to harass my opponent early on, is not very effective, or at least it has been quite ineffective in the past. Luckily we have had a few games where we might have had a chance, like the previous game before the last one against Turks, where we could have tried to compete with a different approach, since our boom wasn't top notch, but our opponent was fielding or utilizing this glass cannon of theirs, which was effective, so kudos to them, but still not something that must work. So one of the things we are trying to focus here now is to try to keep in mind the strengths that we have, the tools we have at our disposal, whatever the civilization happens to be, that we get to play with, and then try to utilize that to the max. It doesn't also hurt if we know about the weaknesses or the counter units, like the O-book is quite hard to compete with if you don't really remember how you might go about doing that. Alright, Arabia. So that's luckily one of the most ordinary maps. And Celts against Cumans. Celts aren't the... What's wrong with our keyboard? Nothing. Celts aren't one of the greatest civilizations by all means, as per doubt, but still we should stand a chance, especially if our opponent isn't playing the best with their civilization. So Cumans again. The last time we faced them, this bee-bird man, we have not faced before, I presume, as we haven't faced most of the players around here. But this last time we faced this civilization, they started with some early scout harassment, which was enough to get us tricked to lose a few villagers, which wasn't very good. And after that they were able to quite easily cruise into victory, even if we gave them some resistance in the process, but still. Okay, so we have deer here. Perhaps we could try to take care of that. So now in this game we could try to be more efficient and get some early archers, which is our go-to plan. Even earlier archers than we were able to do last time, and force our opponent to face at least some idle time if possible. And oh no, terrible things were happening. Just when you don't watch. Okay, and no. Everyone's still alive, more or less. Yes. This is a very difficult game. It wouldn't have to be, but for some reason it is. Perhaps a few extra villages would be nice, thank you very much. And then should we start with barracks? I don't know if we should, but in case our opponent drops by, it might be fun to have that going for us. And then we will surprise move them with this very clever move. Oh no, oh no. Losing a villager, losing a scout HP. Well, that looks like a really clever play, but actually we took quite much unneeded damage there. Oopsie. And now the deer is there, shocked by what they witnessed. Up, there you go. Thank you very much. And now, do we have enough to go up? Luckily, yes. And we could have done that just a few seconds earlier even. Alright, so we saved a few seconds by trying to push the deer while ordering our villager to invite the elephant to our village, but sadly some casualties followed soon after. But well, you can't make everything happen. And that's the last of that deer. Now let's find out where our opponent might be looming about. They scouted our initial position, or at least our approximately position. Could we do something like this and utilize this gold instead of the clearly closer to us gold? Can we get away with this? Let's see. And then also we could try to build this here. Because we would like to be clever if that's possible. Their scout has been around for a few times now. Oh, and we also forgot to produce, oops, to produce units or villagers in this case from our town center. So not everything is going according to the plan. But perhaps we can try to sneak this villager here as well. Build that, take that, and then few villagers, no, few archers could move in from there. And let's see what happens. Houses, wheelbarrow, and then loom. Great thinking. And one spearman here. We can postpone the loom still quite a bit, because of course our opponent is doing double let's move here and then there, and expect our opponent to build this double town center start or town to begin their journey with that, and then give us a chance to hit them where it hurts, if there's a chance for us to do that. Let's see. Some reason there is slight lag that we don't appreciate too much, but that's not going to make or break our game, or at least I deem it quite unlikely that it would. Right, so what have we here? We have a game. Goodbye, villager. Ooh, so they did have a scout. They had multiple scouts, and they are microing them with ease. And luckily they also lost quite a few units in the process. So even if we lost a few, we could also be traveling to the next age by now, but... And there, here comes the scouts. And we are lacking the loom, right. Perhaps that's the next thing we do. Oopsie. Well, you can't always have all the upgrades that you might think you need. Too bad they found the gold mines, but I don't think it makes too much a difference now. Right, okay. Do. So the start is very similar then. So our opponent started with scouts, gave us some initial pressure, and now it's probably about time they are reaching the next age as well. Let's see if there's something we can try to do with the units we have. Huh. Well, this is quite fun. So they are actually moving them back and forth, which is a very nice thing to do. Now what we could try to do here as well is to build a stable and perhaps a few extra archers. And let's see if we can make some pressure happen. A very fun game so far. Even if we lost a few villagers to this early aggression. But now all we are missing right now is the... This is really nice play here, I'd say. They have lost so much HP on those scouts. So even though their army is still alive, it's not as potent as it was just a while ago. And then we are about to reach the second or the next age that we so seeked to reach. And we might get a few extra units to help us stay there, or to help us utilize that. Husbandry we can get quite fast, so we will create just a few scouts and see if that's enough to rescue us. Let's see. And perhaps a knight as well. Dun 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 dun. And once the knight is finished, we will move out and see if there's still damage that we can deal. Hoping that there is, but not being too worried if there is not. At least previously their base was open from here, so let's see what's the situation looking like soon. And now our opponent was Cumans, so they were spending more resources in the second age to get the like economical lead as soon as possible. And now what we can try to do is kill a few villagers here and there if possible, and then carry on with our lives. They even rang the bell. So here's their scout. Let's walk around a bit and see what happens. Few extra spearmen just in case, few knights, and few cavalry archers. And perhaps once we can afford that, we also could utilize a few other things. Let's see. So there's no over chopping happening here. Perhaps we can try to kill that one. Squeezing through, sorry. Just passing by. Goodbye. No, we couldn't get her. But well, in the next series we will. And now what we would like to try to do is create some more economy. So our opponent has reached the long the age they have been longing for quite some time now. So what we might want to do is to try to stop them from benefiting from that too much. But we shall see whether there's a chance for us to actually make that happen. So we need more wood. So their units were I'd say a bit slow to react to that. But we need then, what we need is a new barracks and a few skirmishers. Not necessarily too many, but at least a few. And then we could try to position ourselves here and harass our opponent a bit more if possible. And a few extra houses. And now slowly we might be getting to a position where we have what we need to stay in the game for a while. Let's see. Few extra upgrades for our skirmishers, just like this. Then we will move out with the small force. And here they were. Houses, why not? And then some extra defenses, since we have the means. Now these are only tickling, but it might still be mighty annoying. And then we might want to attack them from that direction as well. And also add a few extra cavalry archers if we have a chance. Now their only pikeman army shouldn't be too much to work with against this group of ours. Simultaneously, we have been able to kill quite a few villagers from them. And now it might be a nice moment to send the next group to harass our opponent even further. And now this pressure should be annoying to deal with, even if they are still keeping up with that. Some extra upgrades perhaps. Few. Right, we need something here as well. So perhaps a town center is something we can try to build soon. And now this extra group of villagers could be nice to have. Ooh, kill that, thank you very much. And run away! And they're going to lose quite a few units in the process. So that's good for us, of course. Because they haven't had a chance to cause too much idle time for us for quite some time now. Now we can move our army a bit to the left, and perhaps this group can go there. And also it might be a fine time to change to the next, or to move to the next age if possible, but we are lacking quite a few resources to do that. Now here we have the group of pikemen. Ooh, what's that now? Few extra villages would be nice, and also having a few units. Perhaps we can try to harass them here. Let's see what's going on here. Nice castle you have there. But still, this idle time should be plenty to encourage our opponent to think about continuing this game, or discourage our opponent to continue this game, since we have had a few idols here. So, well, it goes both ways then. Fair enough. We haven't been too perfect ourselves. But the amount of units they've lost has been quite large, I'd say. And perhaps we could try to check what's going on over here and see whether our knights could help us work our way around the problem that is the competition we are having here. Luckily we prevailed, so back we go. And what else have we going on here? A few farms would be nice. More spearmen, just to the general direction of our opponent. And without counting the casualties, we might want to go about trying to kill a few of our units. Still lacking a building, clearly. Now, have they finally gotten rid of our presence? So it seems. But let's see what happens once we reach the next and the last age. Now we should also have enough resources to plant a castle. So that's all right. So we were about to hit the next age, but we never clicked it. Oopsie. Well, luckily we still have some units left for our possession, so we can try to make something happen. But I do enjoy the fact that our opponent is still playing this, even if they have a slight disadvantage on some regards. Castles and towers. Perhaps we can try to just create this huge amount of boat raiders. And see where that takes us. Some upgrades might be a good idea as well. No. Extra stone there. Some gold there. Let's take this one here. And then try to raid again. Since we do have plenty of units to work with. But I very much enjoy the fact that our opponent has very little going their way at the moment. That's how I'm usually, the position I'm usually at, so just it's nice to see that I'm not the only one who ever has days like that or games like that, presuming that that's not something that is like happening to them all the time necessarily. Few extra units never hurt nobody. Perhaps we could even consider adding siege, but there's time and place for everything, so what's going on here? Everything as usual, more or less. What about our blacksmith upgrades? Could try to upgrade a few things like this. Birdman has been a really patient player. So Celts was exactly what was needed. Yeah, sure. 20 years, the fucking game. Right. Hopefully we didn't ruin anyone's day. Or be bad man's game. Since now, from my point of view, I'm of course hoping that my real rating would be greater than what it currently shows. But sadly, computers sometimes don't recognize talent right away. So too bad we had an encounter like this, but this is probably something that happens quite often still, or otherwise people wouldn't even think of the possibility of facing a smurf. Like I remember watching the Viper in the past, 5 years ago perhaps, when it was still a new thing, where he had these trolley games, where he tried something that would probably not work against players of his level, just for the sake of laughs or some cleverness or having fun, not necessarily on the expense of the other player, but with the other player, hopefully. And even though his idea was to resign really quickly when the opponent called GG in order to save their elo, because that wasn't what he was officially after, it was still I can remember that there were some discussions over chat after game, that the behavior of his was considered toxic, even though some people could see the fun side of that. But if you are only playing like a few games here and there every now and then to relax and hope to face an opponent of your level, then of course it's going to be very frustrating to face people who are of different level. So we shouldn't probably be too surprised if there are people who are keeping their eyes and ears open in case the opponent is a smurf. And of course we could consider ourselves being smurfs in the making, that even though this is the first time we are ever playing the ladder, we have played. Like I've played the campaigns when they were new, for example. So there's that. But the problem is that, oh wait, I was supposed to take a look at the start real quick to see if there's something we can take away from the game. At least a factor that I don't know if, well, 20 years ago I didn't have the proper internet connection. We had to pay per minute or so to even try playing online, and I was too shy to even consider that, or too fearful or so forth. But now that I've played a few games, it seems odd that I've never done this before. Perhaps I wasn't ready for it. There has been some personal growth or degrowth, depends on the people you ask, that have also made this more possible. But I'm glad that there are multiplayer capabilities at this level, or we have this good capabilities for multiplaying, since when I was watching these games, it was probably just some 5 years ago, when I tuned back to find some tournament or other, the Vipers channel real quick, was something I stumbled across in any case. There used to be a time when there were maps that could bug out, sheep were missing, or you couldn't access your stone or gold or something, and in tournaments that could decide a game, so there were admins checking the map during the first minutes in case there was something that could be considered unfair. And also there were drops, so every now and then the game just crashed, or the connection was lost, and it had to be restored if it was able to be restored. So there were factors that played a lot more of a role than they do these days. So having Age of Empires 20 years or so later, in such a current stance where people can play it with relative ease, is a quite neat achievement in as itself. And this is also like eco deaths are 4-0, and of course there were moments like when I was lacking the loom still, that my opponent could have punished me even more than they did, but perhaps I shouldn't think about that comment too much, but it's still a tricky one, since based on the looks they also had a good initial understanding of the game. So what made the difference? I have more resources collected, I have the woodcutting bonus, so that could play a factor. Worker efficiency, idle TC. Yeah, those all of course add up. And now, just today we have lost 100 or so elo, or 50 at least. So it could also be that 900, 950, if our opponent has played multiple games on that level, it could very well be that we can expect the games go in this sort of fashion. And also, if you're trying to Now just thinking aloud, if you're trying to make the game, like try to get a chance to play the game in the fashion you enjoy playing it, then having these harassing raids, like the ones that I'd like to say my opponent, so Birdman 84, threw at me in the beginning, but just constantly carrying on, especially considering this very high quality micro that ended up me losing my knights, and I have only now been able to kill one villager, and I've already lost 15 military units. So idle time, yes, and worker efficiency decreasing actions, yes, but from the resources wasted point of view, I haven't done very good job. Instead, Birdman has defended very well considering the circumstances. And yet again, I'm throwing away a few knights, perhaps able to secure a cavalry archer, but I'm behind in score, even if it's just barely. Like the eco management is better, like it's working for my advantage as the game goes on, since I already have 3 townsenders. I haven't had forced idle time due to the fact that I haven't been under attack, but from the, as the kill death ratio tells you, Birdman has defended very well and also attacked. Eco kills are only still 4 to 5, even though I've invested quite heavily in the military production during the last 10 minutes perhaps. And here comes the third TC, and it's just like the raids that now that the eco was expanded a bit more, where these raids able to achieve a result, because after that move, like now we are in a position where the game starts to turn to our advantage. When our opponent is constantly forced to idle the eco and not getting the resources they so deeply need. So this is the only gold available, and they are only now able to secure that for themselves. And now, thanks to this standing army, and well, this standing army of 10 or so soldiers, I have had a constant army number of 20 or more, even if I'm losing units here and there all the time, as is my tendency to do. Now there's finally the castle to protect the wood, and right away I happen to be around to stop that from happening. So how could this have been played differently? At least even if I do have these townsenders here and there, I think that they did try to raid me a bit later on, or at least scout at the base to see what's going on. But I think these step lancers would have been in good use as a raiding tool. So just trying to find whether there's something. Okay, well there's one of the scouts that survived the earlier scouting route, at least. Just trying to give some pressure. To me, could have been a good way to go. And then it's a very tricky game because they have only some resources available to them and are quite tightly packed. And always when they manage to clear the threat, there's a new force coming. Just like when you're playing against AI. So of that I can be proud. And this was very AI type of army too, since there were cavalry every now and then, yes. Then there was occasionally a spearman or just like this thrown in the mix. And at this point I also had quite a good upgrades and was still lacking the second building to go up to the Imperial Age and get more decisive lead. And this is where the game is like, we are reaching the point where it would require some very clever moves to be able to stop this. Like there's no siege, so that gives a chance to camp the town centers whenever there's pressure. But this is still a very difficult game, because every time Birdman has any peace and a chance to build up an army, and here they were finally advancing, and there's just a chance. By chance, there's this random group of knights picking them off. So just when they were doing the clever thing of trying to decrease my numbers, they were faced with decrease my economy. They were faced with this next wave of army. But still, okay, well, kill death ratio is 100 to 100 or so, but it's mostly thanks to my eco kills of 44. So army wise, even though I have technological lead at this point, I've still lost military unit for each that I have managed to kill. So 2 units lost for every one that I have been able to kill. So that tells you a bit about these defensive structures and also the counter units that pikemen really do well against cavalry whenever they get into reach. And this is just the point where I'm having very good upgrades, and the villager number isn't there anymore. So even if town center is manned, there isn't too much firepower left for the defenders. Alright, so what? Yeah, so military score tells yet again something. So the army control wasn't really there. So the army micro saved a few soldiers here and there, but it was the very same micro that more often than not sent them to their deaths as well. So I think I could have tried to build an army of 50 perhaps even. And this is very, like, I'm afraid that if we were to face B. Birdman, for example, on Arena, based on my current record at least, that might have looked quite different, that game. But hopefully we will have a chance to meet each other again in the future. So GG's, and now it's time to call it a day. So thank you everyone for tuning in, and thanks for participating on the ride, and hopefully enjoying a few moments here and there with us. And it's time to say these very bittersweet goodbyes until we meet again in the nearest future, probably. So, achievements. We have played a few games. We have we have been focusing on not losing units, but it has also been a part of our strategy. So, well, utilizing feast we didn't have a chance, but we kept an eye open for that. Like in the last game, we did have a small pond. Analyzing the games we have done and rejoicing, making friends. Well, hopefully yes, but on some takes knights, but also cataphracts, be the eagles, yes. And investing to quality is sometimes better than investing to numbers, but we still have much repetition in ahead of us before we can finally say that we've learned that lesson. And focus on army numbers instead of booming is well, in the long haul it's going to happen. Fishing capabilities, game sense is something that we are still a bit working on with. It's in the works. Chat messages were not necessarily lost. Don't really know, but if some message has not been reacted to, then please do let me know via chat. So of course that might be a bit tricky thing to do. But sometimes it seems that messages get lost. Microphone dies every so often, and it felt that it happened at least once today. I don't know what's the current situation about like now, and whether we are still working at all or audible to begin with. Let's see if there's a chance for us to verify the current status. Well, alright, let's try again. Okay, at least no cracking sound. Don't know if there's other weird moodness or other stuff going on, but we shall learn about those as we progress with this streaming thingy. Alright, but thank you all for the day. Thanks for witnessing these games with me, even if only shortly, and for all the future viewers as well. good to have you alive. Take care and see you next time. Bye bye.